on track, because this is, you know, housekeeping stuff. So you just let me know when to go.
I think you can probably start then.
Greetings, everyone, and welcome to this important event. As all of you know, this is Child Abuse Prevention Month, so this event is an important topic and one that is fitting with the spirit of April. This is a vitally important topic, as you know, it relates directly to the current discourse in the role of Child Protective Services and how protective services can best serve families with their true needs and the true interventions that they need. We have practitioners, both former and current practitioners, that will talk. We'll have researchers who will share not only their work, but the work of the field and the empirical data around these issues. And then those who function in the policy space will also be joining. This event is brought to you by the 3 NICHD funded capstone centers for excellence, the Penn State Translational Center for Child Maltreatment Studies, or the Center for Healthy Children, directed by myself, Jenny Knoll, here at Penn State, the Center for Innovation in Child Maltreatment Policy Research and Training at Washington University, St. Louis, directed by Melissa Johnson-Reed, and the Transform Research Center at Mount Hope Family Center at the University of Rochester, and the Institute for Translational Research in Children's Mental Health at the University of Minnesota, directed by Sherry Toth and Dante Cicchetti. I'd like to acknowledge the work of all of our fellows, our training fellows who helped put all this together: Toria Hurd, Kayla Brown, Lindsay Palmer, Claire Seelan, Stacy Shipe, Catherine Dirks, Annika Olson, and to the Vladimir Delisivoy Program Support Endowment for the Protection of Children for helping to support this work. Just a little bit of housekeeping that we need to understand before we begin. Remember that we are offering CEUs for social work. We can offer 4 CEU credits for the attendance to the entire event. And we're happy to verify this at the end for you. Then within 2 weeks, you will be emailed a certificate for these CEUs. If you did not happen to mark it on your registration form that you would like CEUs, please email Sherry McConnell, whose email is on this screen now, at cln3@psu.edu, and we can add you. We have 4 sessions today. Each session, there will be a Q&A at the end. The chat function is enabled for discussion during the event, but it is important that you use the Q&A button there to post questions that we can address during the Q&A portion. If you have a question and you see it's already been posed, you can like the question that's already been posed, and the duplicate questions will be sure to get answered. The chairs will keep time. They will also facilitate the Q&A. And to save time, speakers will introduce themselves. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to our first speaker, Dr. Sarah Font.
Thank you. Let me go ahead and share my screen. All right. Everyone can see my slides, yes? All right. So good morning. My name is Sarah Font. I'm an associate professor of sociology here at Penn State. And I've been conducting research on the experiences and outcomes of children involved with the child welfare system for about 10 years. And prior to that, I was a child protective services investigator in my home state of Michigan. So my role here is to first introduce this first session of the event, where we seek to define neglect and provide a general framework for thinking about neglect as a child protection issue. So first, let me start by briefly highlighting why we're holding this event. So the child welfare system exists to protect children from abuse and neglect. And at the same time, it is a highly stigmatized government system with coercive powers that disproportionately engages with historically marginalized populations and largely engages for reasons of neglect. For many, the concept of neglect is squishy. It feels less clear-cut, more subjective than physical or sexual abuse. And although those concerns are not new, they've risen to the forefront in recent years for a few reasons. First, I think many were shocked by studies showing that 28 to 37% of US children experience a Child Protective Services investigation at some point, including nearly half of Black children. This has led to reasonable concerns that the system is overburdened and may be getting involved in circumstances that go beyond the scope of child abuse and neglect. Second, despite reported declines in physical and sexual abuse over the past several decades, the number of child protection referrals has not meaningfully declined, except for what is likely a short-lived decline at the start of COVID-imposed school closures. Third, widespread public attention to issues related to over-policing, mass incarceration, inequality, and racism have pushed the field to revisit long-standing debates about the nature and scope of disparities in child welfare. So now we have what has become an ascendant narrative that neglect, as interpreted by the child welfare system, is essentially poverty or poverty-based material hardship. So on this slide, I have just a handful of what are many recent examples from popular news outlets where they sort of make this claim that charges of neglect is mostly symptomatic of family poverty, it's not having food in the home, that sort of thing. So why is this perception so pervasive? Here's a basic definition of neglect from the Children's Bureau based on the typical state statute. Of course, states can have broader or narrower formal definitions of neglect, and states may intervene in concerns about parental care without labeling them as neglect, for example, via alternative response systems. Regardless, the general definition of neglect includes unmet material needs. So lack of food, lack of shelter, so forth. And it is reasonable for people to question whether a child has an unmet need simply because their family is impoverished. And it is also reasonable to feel uncomfortable with characterizing that as a parental failure or act of neglect. The second factor here is that it's undisputed that most families referred to or intervened with on the basis of neglect are economically disadvantaged. So if we take a definition that includes unmet material needs, plus a population that is overwhelmingly economically disadvantaged, it's easy to see where this narrative emerges. So the focus for the rest of my talk is this. How can we bring clarity, consistency, fairness, and transparency to the process of assessing and adjudicating neglect? I pose here 4 questions that I think are useful for organizing child neglect concerns. The first 2 questions are obviously a focus of any assessment of child maltreatment. What is the harm or risk of harm? And is it a foreseeable consequence of the parent's action or inaction? The third question is most specific to this issue of neglect in the context of poverty. Was the harm or risk of harm avoidable, recognizing the constraints imposed on the parent by factors such as poverty? And the fourth and final question is about whether a particular family really needs to have a child protection case. That is, whether information or referral for voluntary services is or is not sufficient to address the factors that led to neglect. So the key point here is that the assessment of neglect as a child protection issue requires going beyond the question of, did this omission in care happen, and towards how or why did this happen? So let me start with this issue of foreseeable risks of harm. So for simplicity, I've divided neglect-related concerns into 2 very large subcategories: unmet material needs and unmet non-material needs. The non-material needs category is essentially those contexts where a child's environment is not minimally adequate for their age and development. They're being left home alone, their parent is frequently intoxicated, they're witnessing domestic violence or other crimes, or there are abusive people in their environment who have unmitigated access to them. Now, research suggests that relatively few child welfare investigations or assessments are specifically about unmet material needs or physical neglect. Most neglect concerns fall under this larger group of non-material needs related concerns. In some ways, that's a little surprising, given that we know so many child welfare involved families are living in poverty and have issues with housing and other economic needs. So this leads me to believe that agencies may be underemphasizing whether a child has their basic material needs met out of fear that they would be engaging in stigmatizing or punitive actions towards parents on the basis of poverty. So I want to make the point here that unmet material needs is a part of the definition of neglect that can pose a foreseeable risk of harm and should be part of the assessment process alongside those non-material neglect concerns. The question is, how do we do that fairly and appropriately in the context of economic constraints? So here's where I want to think about this question of avoidability and reasonableness. There's a really understandable reluctance to talk, I think, about the issue of culpability or blame in the context of child neglect. But when we're talking about assessing a child's need for protection, which carries the potential for involuntary state intervention, how voluntary parental choices contributed or didn't to a child's unmet needs is an essential consideration for determining the type and intensity of intervention that's required. So this is not as simple as intentional or not intentional, right? So few parents are maliciously depriving their children of food or housing or leave them unsupervised with the intent of causing an injury. So when we are talking about neglect, we're really thinking more about this issue of reckless disregard for the child's needs. In other words, sometimes parents make choices that foreseeably deprive a child of minimally adequate care. And at the same time, we must acknowledge that parents reported for neglect are often facing significant constraints. A parent with limited economic resources, especially coupled with a limited social network, faces fewer and less optimal choices in everyday aspects of parenting, such as who to leave their child with when they need a break. And so by identifying parental constraints and choices, we can have a framework for understanding whether a parent was making a reasonable choice in very difficult circumstances, or whether that parent was engaged in a reckless choice. So we all intuitively understand that a parent who becomes homeless while battling cancer has a different set of choices and constraints. It requires a different set of supports or interventions than a parent who becomes homeless after being evicted for building a meth lab in their apartment. But in both cases, you have a situation of unmet material needs. The child is without housing, but the avoidability of the homelessness and the reasonableness of the parent's actions leading up to the homelessness are both relevant and essential questions that we should not avoid simply because homelessness implies impoverishment. Let me give a second example. So consider a young child left home alone. Harm or risk of harm is foreseeable, as a young child would not be expected to safely navigate a home without supervision for an extended period. But assessing avoidability and reasonableness requires further fact-finding. In a strictly literal sense, we might say that the parent almost certainly had the option of not leaving their child home alone. But when assessing neglect, we should care about the consequences that an alternative choice might have imposed on that parent and family. A working parent with unreliable childcare may have faced alternatives of either staying home and risking job loss or calling upon a family member, neighbor, or acquaintance that the parent had not been able to fully vet for safety. So in the face of those alternatives, their choice, even though non-optimal, may have been reasonable. So those factors should weigh into how we think about whether neglect occurred and what the response to that should be. And whether a parent's choice was reasonable and whether the harm was avoidable can only be assessed in the context of the alternatives available, which are undoubtedly constrained by poverty. And if those alternatives are not assessed, we risk responding to families in ways that are unhelpful or unfair. And families may receive interventions that are more or less intensive than necessary to ensure child safety. So this final slide here is just sort of a possible flow chart for how I think about this issue of neglect, where first you want to say, is there serious harm and was it foreseeable? But then you want to apply this issue of constraints and trying to assess what alternatives were reasonably available to that parent given their circumstances. So that's where I'm going to leave it. And I'm going to turn it over to our next speaker, Dr. Brett Drake. Thank you so much for your attention. And Brett, take it away.
Thank you. Let me see if I can get my screen going here. Right. Can you people see my my screen? Yep. Okay. So I've been asked to talk about a couple of different points, but before I do that, my name's Brett Drake. I'm from the George Warren Brown School of Social Work in St. Louis, and I've been doing mostly big data research on child maltreatment for about 30 years. Prior to that, I was a CPS worker. So these are the questions I was asked to respond to. And we're going to start with this one. This is a tricky one. We're going to look at poverty-related bias because most people believe that the reason we have so many poor people contacting Child Protective Services is at least partly because they are unnecessarily reported simply because they're poor. So we're gonna dive into that a little bit and try and figure that out. Okay, here's one kind of possible bias that has a lot of what scientists call face validity. In other words, it makes sense. We like to call this class-based visibility bias because we think that's a really clear term. And the idea is that poor people probably contact more mandated reporters. And it makes sense. If you see more mandated reporters, you have more eyes on you. So it is reasonable to assume that you would have a higher chance of being reported. Now, one thing I would notice about this is that there's really nothing wrong with that. If the reports that are being made are appropriate, then the problem is not that poor people are being reported too often. The problem would be, in fact, that not poor people are not being reported often enough. But setting that aside, it's a complicated idea. So let's think about a hypothetical example of what this would look like if it were true. If you were to look at areas with a lot of child poverty, very poor areas, and you were able to look at richer areas, what you would expect to find is that as you move to poorer and poorer areas, you got more and more and more reports from professional reporters, until by the time you're in a very poor area, a huge proportion of the reports would be from professional sources. So this is just a visual way of showing the idea I just showed you. In rich areas, not so many reports from mandated reporters comparatively. In poor areas, a lot more because they're seeing more mandated reporters. It makes sense. But the data don't tell that story. The graph on the left is what should happen if the problem is that poor people are seeing too many mandated reporters and those mandated reporters are reporting them. The graph on the right is what actually happens. This is using full data from the United States, and the citation is there at the bottom. So surprisingly, if you go to a rich area, you'll find a much higher proportion of reports from professional sources than if you go to a poor area. As poverty increases, mandated reports do increase, but reports from permissive sources actually increase faster. This is exactly the opposite of what we would find if the high number of poor people being reported to Child Protective Services were driven by increased exposure of poor people to mandated reporters. So It's a little bit surprising, and it kind of makes us question whether this idea is really real or not. So, okay, full stop, period. Let's think of another way to ask this question. Let's think of a whole other way to come at this and try and figure it. Maybe reporters can't tell the difference between neglect and poverty. And so poor people get reported for no reason except they're poor. Now, one thing I would ask you guys all to really remember is that the reports received by Child Protective Services are not generated by Child Protective Services. They're generated by permissive reporters or by mandated reporters. So we're actually asking a question here about who's making these reports. So is it true? Are poor people being reported simply because they're poor? Well, one way to look at this, and we've done it, and some other people have also done it, and we found the same thing. One way to do it is to look at kids that might fall into two groups. One group would be you're poor and you have been reported to Child Protective Services. Another group might be you're poor and you have not been reported to Child Protective Services. So if you take those two sets of kids and you look at them, another question you might ask is, what other kinds of risks or issues are being experienced by these groups? And this is what you find. So, for example, poor kids who are reported to Child Protective Services are 3 times as likely to later on engage in status offending, twice as likely to have an ER or hospital care visit for a violent injury. So if you're a poor kid who's been reported to CPS, you're at much higher risk of any number of outcomes, even teen pregnancy, than your neighbor who is also poor, who was not reported to Child Protective Services. So our work and other people's work suggests that poor kids contacted by Child Protective Services are a distinct, very high risk subgroup of poor children. People who refer to child protection are able to make at least partly accurate determinations about the presence of actual risk, even when you are just considering poor people. Okay, so I apologize here for kind of the field in general, because we tend to use phrases like surveillance bias and visibility bias in many different ways. Here's another potential kind of bias that could be existing. Maybe kids that get reported get services, there's more eyes on them during services. They get seen and then they get reported. It could be kind of a loop. So it would be worth knowing if this is happening. You see this discussed a lot in the home visiting literature. Okay. There have been 2 studies on this, and they used very different approaches. One used big data, one was more direct, and they used different methods, but they found the same thing. If you're going to be served by someone, say after you've had a child welfare referral, your odds of being reported again to CPS do go up, but only by a very small number. And this can't possibly even begin to account for why so many poor people are being seen by Child Protective Services. In my view, the verdict on are poor kids getting reported for no good reason is we don't have any good evidence that that's happening. And we actually do have some evidence that that is not driving the large numbers of poor people in the child welfare system. It is likely that poor children are reported to child protection at higher rates for the very simple reason that it is very hard to be poor. Poverty is bone crushing and awful. And families experiencing poverty are going to have more difficulties across the board. If you took my money away, I would have much more trouble in my life and much less ability to address that trouble than I do now. Okay, so they asked me another question that I was to talk to you about. Discuss poverty as a root cause of neglect. There's a lot of That's a very challenging question. I don't know that anyone's going to stand up before you and tell you that they can comprehensively give you the goods on this question. But I'm going to kind of frame it to at least tell you some things we're thinking and some things we might know so that we can think about this. The first thing I want to make absolutely clear is neglect is not second-class maltreatment. Neglect is not trivial. It's not less important than physical abuse or sexual abuse. 80% of the kids in the national data who die from child abuse die from neglect. So neglect is real. It is not trivial. So can poverty cause neglect? Or do we just know that they're associated? Because you've all had it drilled into you that correlation does not prove causation. So we're going to talk about that just a teeny bit here. In the last 10 years, we've had something of a golden age of research on this question. We've had some studies that should be able to tell us something about causality. Studies using randomized controlled trials, which are the best way, but we've also had some other sophisticated studies using some other advanced approaches. And I think if you got together a room full of the 100 top child welfare scholars, the vast majority of them would say, yes, I am becoming convinced that there is a causal link somehow between poverty and neglect. In addition to there being a causal link, there can also be other ways they would be related. For example, let's say I have very low impulse control. That might make me more likely to hit my boss and get fired, and it might also make me more likely to engage in physical abuse. When you start thinking about how poverty might cause neglect, most people think about intermediary things, like poverty might make you stressed or depressed, and that might lead to neglect. There's another way too. If I have a problem, let's say I'm depressed and it's interfering with my caring for my child, I have enough money that I can probably buy my way out of that. I can buy childcare, I can buy a babysitter, I can buy treatment for my depression. So poverty may not only cause things, but being not poor may help you buffer those things. So I've given permission to share my slides, so you can look at this later, but this is one stab at what a general picture might look like. Poverty doesn't come from nowhere. It largely comes from historical, contextual, or other factors. Individual factors may also get you there, and we need to consider how that's related to neglect. And if you're not poor, maybe you can interrupt some of these things. What we don't want to see, what Sarah just talked about, is poverty being confused with neglect and people treating poverty as if it's neglect. That would be bad. Okay, so here's a couple of systematic reviews that you might want to look at if you're interested in this stuff. This is an awesome article. I think the best thing that's ever been written on this. Okay, I'm also supposed to tell you guys what we're going to do about this in the last 2 minutes. I am actually quoting someone else because I think when they made suggestions, they made a lot of sense. Child welfare workers should assess economic insecurity, prioritize serving families that really need the help, refer to local anti-poverty programs, and make sure that families are getting the help they need. This overlaps a lot with what Sarah just told you. What else can we do? I'm a big fan of this idea. CPS is an institution and an organization. To the extent that CPS can forge important bonds with other organizations that can deal with poverty effectively, that would be great. Also, of course, we need to be active in our policy advocacy role. We need to advocate for things that will help either reduce poverty or buffer the effects of poverty. Now, I'd like to go beyond what these people said, because I don't think we should just do this for kids in the CPS system. I think we should do anything we can to reduce poverty before there's a Child Protective Services report. As I said, you can read this yourself, but there's obviously a need for more research to better understand how material-based interventions might help child maltreatment families. There's been a lot of evidence in the last few years that actually providing concrete material assistances can really make CPS work better. And finally, I would make this personal argument. I think it's not a good thing if we require parents to comply with service plans and we don't consider how their economic status might interfere with their being able to do that. If we're going to require parents to do things, we need to provide them any assistance that they might need to make that compliance possible. So I think that's something that we definitely need to do in child welfare. And that's it from me. Thank you.
Awesome. Okay, I'm going to turn it over to the last speaker in the session, Dr. Manley.
Thanks, Sarah. So I am Jody Manley. I am the clinical director at Mount Hope Family Center, which Jenny mentioned earlier is part of the University of Rochester. We're also a member of the National Child Traumatic Stress Network. And usually I'm talking about our clinical services, but our director, Sherry Toth, will be talking more about some of the intervention work that we do. I am representing the Transform Center, which is providing translational research that adapts new science for maltreatment prevention as one of the 3 NICHD funded capstone centers. And that partnership is through collaboration with the University of Rochester and the University of Minnesota. So I was asked to talk about, well, that's not the slide I wanted up. I was asked to talk about our maltreatment classification system that we developed here at Mount Hope Family Center and have been conducting research with that system, as well as to provide a little bit of the background of the history and context of definitional issues in child maltreatment. And I was trying to recreate a lot of the national meetings that I attended decades ago now, talking about definitional issues, in particular, talking about some of these issues of differentiating neglect from poverty. It was hard in my memory to go back that many decades, but I put together a slide that has way too many words on it, I realize, but I'll hit the highlights a little bit. And those include, in 1984, the paper that was written by Wallach and Horowitz that coined the term neglect of neglect, or they focused on this issue that so much attention had been in the field focused on physical and sexual abuse, and that neglect, which was so prevalent, a form of maltreatment, particularly in CPS and child welfare systems, really wasn't getting much attention. And in 1993, with my colleagues Doug Barnett and Dante Cicchetti, we published our maltreatment classification system, which I'll talk about more in a minute. And that same year, the National Research Council and the Institute of Medicine put out a report recommending that neglect should be a high priority research area. So that led to the Administration on Children and Families issuing some grants for some demonstration projects focused on neglect. There was another review that came out from the National Institutes of Health and DHHS about neglect being a very prominently reported subtype, but not having a lot of research on it. So that led to the formation of a child abuse and neglect working group at the federal level. And through the leadership of Cheryl Boyce and Valerie Mahomes, there was a federal child neglect research consortium that was funded by pooling together resources from several National Institutes of Health and the Department of Education and many different federal funders. And so I participated in this child neglect research consortium where we had regular grantees meetings and had a lot of discussions around how to best operationalize and define neglect. And out of that came several special issues of the journal Child Maltreatment, And then ultimately, Valerie Maholmes has really provided leadership to establish these capstone centers to look at multidisciplinary research in child abuse and neglect. So all of that being kind of the history, I want to focus on the child maltreatment classification system that we published back in 1993 and that has been used in quite a number of research labs across the country as well as internationally. And when we published this system, and we've been using it in our research, we wanted to really emphasize that, well, I'll tell you a few considerations, but you know, we were initially looking at a way to take information that was in Child Protective Service records and more systematically use that information to better understand what children's experiences were who had been involved with those systems, and to have more specific operational definitions of maltreatment that could assist in the research efforts, to be able to address some of the variability. There was a lot of criticism in the field for use of child protective labels, which we know have a lot of problems in a research context or in a clinical setting, either one. And some considerations that went into the development of the system were that there's a lot of variability in state policies and state statutes. And so we couldn't just rely on, you know, any one state. We wanted to have something more broad. And we also know in New York State, for example, a lot of the maltreatment allegations are adjudicated as neglect. The only thing that is constitutes physical abuse according to our state laws is severe physical abuse. So we wanted to disentangle what some of that labeling is versus what children's experiences were. And there were a lot of discussions too around parental intent, and that's a real slippery slope. And Sarah mentioned that, you know, very few parents are intending to harm their children, but we needed to really specify what types of parental behaviors would constitute neglect, which is tricky because it's omission rather than commission that comes into play. And of course, our emphasis here in the discussion of disentangling neglect from poverty and focusing more on negligence, how can we conceptualize that? But some of those early discussions were, you know, if a child is hungry or if a child is in pain because they haven't had their medical needs met, does it matter whether that is something that comes from poverty or something that comes from neglect? I think it does, and I think that we need to take that family context into account. So the maltreatment classification system also wanted to look not only at subtype and the form of maltreatment, but a lot of these other dimensions of maltreatment that we thought were important for impacting children's outcomes, like how severe was the maltreatment that they experienced, and how often did it happen or over what period of time. So looking at whether something was an acute experience that was time limited or whether it was chronic, and in particular, how that affected children's development, and when did the neglect or abuse occur in their development, and how did that affect any stage salient developmental issues that the child may be trying to master at that time. And then looking at things like separations and placements, because separations from caregivers would have a big impact on the child's development of attachment relationships, for example. And the identity of the perpetrator. Was that someone that was a caregiver and was a big part of the child's life, or was the perpetrator someone who was not as frequently in contact with the child? So all of these dimensions of maltreatment we felt like were important to emphasize in addition to just the type. But in speaking about subtypes, we focused on 4 main ones: physical abuse, sexual abuse, physical neglect, and emotional maltreatment, which could include emotional neglect as well as abuse. But as this figure from Vachon and colleagues illustrates, most children experience more than one subtype. Excuse me. And so looking at data from over 2,000 children who participated in our summer camp programs, what you can see in the figure is that most of the kids who experienced abuse also had neglect present. And so it's really difficult to disentangle then what's the effect of sexual or physical abuse without taking into account neglect as well. There's more frequent occurrences of neglect in isolation. So looking at neglect alone versus in combination of other subtypes, but some of the effects of some subtypes might be confounded by multiple types of maltreatment occurrence rather than a specific type. And so looking at this, I think it's important to remember the co-occurrence of multiple forms. I do wonder sometimes the impact of neglect on other forms in terms of the lack of protection may place children at higher risk for being exploited or abused in other ways. So the other thing that we think about in terms of the dimensions is that there's nesting. So when we think about neglect, for example, as a subtype, there's a lot of heterogeneity within neglect. So there are differences according to severity or according to the developmental timing, how that affects kids' outcomes, who the perpetrator was. And of course, that's true of every form of maltreatment as well. So within neglect, with that heterogeneity, we also looked at various forms of neglect. So we have 4 kind of subtypes within the subtype. And one of those that Sarah was talking about is that failure to provide. So our definition of that includes the caregiver or responsible adult failing to exercise a minimum degree of care in meeting the child's physical needs. But from the very beginning of developing and then using this maltreatment classification system, we made particular note of wanting to distinguish that from poverty. And we've included that in our training on use of the maltreatment classification system. We've also made a point of that in some of the examples that are part of the system, and certainly in the way that our coders are really looking to what details are in the narratives of the allegations and the determinations in the CPS records to say not just that the child didn't have their needs met, but that there was something that the caregiver failed to access available resources or made choices in the way that Sarah was describing earlier to, for example, sell food stamps for, let's say their chemical dependency or addiction issues rather than food, some of those choices. And so, it's difficult to do that, of course. Our system has been used in other ways more broad than just looking at CPS records subsequently, including other records and as well as interviews with caregivers. The other type of neglect that we find frequently in record data or in children's experiences is this idea of lack of supervision or endangerment or failing to take adequate precautions to ensure the child's safety. And that could include lack of having available childcare, which is certainly a challenge that Sarah was describing before, but leaving children home alone or having them in unsafe situations. We also included moral legal maltreatment, which includes behaviors on the part of the caregiver that fail to demonstrate a minimum degree of assisting the child to integrate with the expectations of society, That includes exposing the child to illegal activity, as well as educational neglect, which is failing to address their needs for education. So I'm just going to wrap up with a few points to emphasize that maltreatment is very, very heterogeneous, and there are multiple dimensions, and those dimensions are important for affecting kids' outcomes. And if we're looking at the harm that is done from having experiences of neglect, we really need to consider all of those experiences and the variety of those. And certainly subtypes have received a lot of attention, but we want to recognize that most kids have multiple subtypes. Also looking at, what that means for then confounding across subtypes and what conclusions we make about the impact of neglect if it's also combined with other forms of maltreatment. So we've been wrestling for decades over these definitional issues. And we'll continue to wrestle, I think, but the more precisely we specify what it is that we're trying to understand with very precise definitional considerations, operational procedures that are clearly articulated in our work, the more we're able to really understand what all of this means for the kids who are impacted by neglect. And to be able to develop preventive and intervention strategies that best meet their needs. So I will stop there, and I thank you for your attention, and I believe we're going to have a little time for Q&A and some discussion.
Awesome, thank you. So there are a few questions in the chat that I'm going to pose to Brett and Jody, and maybe also myself. And if you have any additional questions, please do use the Q&A function. So the first question that I'm going to pose to Brett is, when you were presenting that information about differences in outcomes for children who were poor versus poor and also had CPS contact, there was a question of, can another interpretation be that exposure to CPS increases the risk for all of those negative outcomes? In other words, that the CPS contact is the cause of the negative outcomes?
Well, I mean, I think that's a question that has a lot of political implications around issues of abolishing the child welfare system. And so I think that's kind of a loaded question. I would point to the fact that the vast majority of Child Protective Services interventions are a relatively few meetings, and that it is hard to imagine how that could possibly cause things like doubling or tripling the rates of things like emergency room visits or delinquency. And it's undesirable to believe something if you don't have any evidence that it's happening. And I know of no evidence that child welfare services contact causes any large scale problems of these types in families.
And I'll add to that, just that my own research that compares children who are experience different severities of poverty and children who are reported for neglect but receive no subsequent intervention, the same patterns that Brett described are found. And where there's no subsequent intervention beyond the investigation, I agree it's very challenging to believe that that single investigation is the cause of that degree of change in outcomes. Okay, the second question I'm going to pose to Jody, the question about educational neglect and how that might or should fit into CPS intervention.
Well, it's always a tricky question about when the authorities should intervene in a family, and there are differences in state laws about when kids should start school or what the expectations are around homeschooling or any of those kinds of things. I think one of the things that the goal of having any kind of intervention, including CPS involvement, is to try and support kids in their development and what they need in order to be successful across time. So kids need to have their educational needs met, just like they need to have their medical needs, mental health needs, etc. So I'm not sure if that answers the question, but it's a little bit of my 2 cents.
Thanks. So another question that I will tackle is this question of where bias might play into assessing what a reasonable person would do, since I sort of brought up this idea of a reasonable person standard. And my response to that is, I think all decision-making made by humans or computers is going to be prone to some form of error. Where I'm most concerned about bias is when we really fail to consider what are the constraints that parents face. And so by saying within the context of existing parental constraints, I think that minimizes the extent of sort of imposing your own life circumstances on the family that you're trying to make an evaluation of. But again, there's no removal of flaw from decision-making in the context of uncertainty. So I certainly wouldn't claim that a reasonable person standard eliminates that potential. There's also a question in the chat, which I will throw to Brett or Jody, about what families with lived experience tell us about how they have been impacted. So I guess how we think about the experience of Child Protective Services contact from a family or lived experience perspective.
I think we're just learning how to use lived experiences data, and it's very exciting and it's very interesting. I've heard panels of lived experience people who have said how very damaging Child Protective Services was, and I've heard panels of lived experiences people who have said how it saved their lives. And so I think one of the challenges in using lived experiences is trying to get a genuinely representative sample of people. And I'm hoping in the years to come, we'll do an excellent job of that, and we'll be able to get a clearer picture of sort of what we can take from that source of information.
I'll just add that clinically what we hear from kids and families is, especially with regard to foster care and out-of-home placement, so many of the children that we're working with clinically report that as one of the most traumatic experiences that they had, was being removed from their family. And it's so difficult for everybody involved in those systems to certainly ensure the child's safety and yet honor the relationships that they have with the people that they care about, and how to promote healing and safety at the same time. So that is one thing that we hear from so many of the kids that we work with. And also from families. I think your point, Brett, about if there are expectations, whether it's through a court order or CPS that's saying a family needs to do whatever steps they have in their plan, that we need to make sure that it's doable. And we need to give families the resources to be able to accomplish those tasks. Just setting a lot of hurdles and that are impossible for families to be able to get to their appointments, or to be able to juggle their chemical dependency treatment with their need to earn income and their job schedules. It's sometimes the families are telling us that it's impossible, and the expectations are unrealistic. So I do think that was a really important point that you made.
So the next question, and I'm not sure if this is directed towards Brett or Jody, but is sort of about how these observations might compare to non-US contexts. Potentially either the classification or maltreatment or some of the issues around reporting or surveillance.
Well, I'll speak to that a little bit. I have been part of the World Association for Infant Mental Health for a number of years, as well as training researchers to use the maltreatment classification system in Germany in particular. And one of the things that many other countries have available is more resources for families, like more access to healthcare, childcare, et cetera. And a lot of those resources are really helpful. I presented at a conference with a group from Denmark at one point, and they were a little bit apologetic that their rates of mental health concerns for the children in their study were low. But like all of those resources were available to the families, and it was less a matter of CPS intervention as it was, helping to protect families and not having the same issues of poverty and lack of access and disproportionate restrictions in resources that I feel like we have here in the US. There were also some differences internationally with definitions of physical abuse because of the countries, Germany as an example, that corporal punishment is illegal in that country. And so looking at what constitutes physical abuse may have a different threshold in countries that have those restrictions on corporal punishment. So that's kind of a side note from our discussion of neglect, but I do think it's important to look at the resources that are available to families. And I think we need to look seriously in the US about how families are struggling because of lack of access, lack of support for families, and especially for young child development.
Thank you. So I would also say that a lot of countries that do have more advanced social safety nets actually use interventions like foster care at a higher rate than the US, suggesting that essentially they have a lower threshold for intervention than we do. So it does not necessarily translate that if we have all of these things that we would necessarily reduce the more intensive interventions. Okay, so Brett, there are several questions in the chat related to racial disparities. And so I'm just going to hand that set of questions off to you in our last 3 minutes. And you can answer whichever ones you're able to get to in that period of time.
I'm actually not seeing those questions directly, but
I'm sorry, they're in the Q&A. So I'll just read them off to you. Okay, so there's a question about whether it's actually the case that it's a small or more extreme group of poor children who are reported to the CPS in the context of Black children. And what does the data tell us about racial biases in reporting and how CPS addresses families facing neglect who are non-white? I'll just give you those two.
okay, well, I'd like to answer that in two ways that sound very different, but are actually consistent with each other. There is absolutely no doubt that more Black children than white children proportionately are reported in the United States. If you're a Black child, you have probably twice the risk of being reported to CPS than if you are a white child. Now I'm going to say something quite different. If you compare equally wealthy or poor Black and white children, that difference goes away. So you tend to see very similar rates of reports to Child Protective Services if you compare Black children to white children who are poor, or Black children to white children who are not poor. It's a little more complex than that, but overall, once you put income into the equation, the very large difference in reporting between Black and white children tends to disappear.
Okay, well, so we're just at 11:30, it looks like, so I will wrap up this first session. I appreciate all of the participation. I know there were some questions that we were not able to get to, and The panelists should feel free to respond to them in text in the Q&A function as we proceed to try to get to everything. But for now, I'll hand it off to the next session. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Thank you, Sarah. My name is Brenda Jones Harden. I'm at the University of Maryland School of Social Work. And like many of our panelists, I started my career as a child welfare social worker as well in New York City, and have spent the last several decades thinking about these kids from a developmental perspective. So I am thrilled to be able to be chairing this panel that's looking at developmental consequences of child neglect and how they are related to child poverty. Along with me, and I'll let them introduce themselves, as Jenny said, and my colleague Howard Dubowitz from University of Maryland. I never get to see him unless it's in these kind of circumstances. And of course, Dr. Melissa Johnson-Reed, who's at Wash U. So I'm going to start by giving some overarching kinds of issues, although as usual, as a developmentalist, I went deeper than I should have, but let me at least start by giving you some thoughts. Okay, the first thing that I want to just say is that I really think we have to pay attention to the relation to poverty and child maltreatment, which is why I'm so happy that we're looking at this on this panel. And I'm saying that as a developmentalist because so often we look at psychological outcomes, we look at psychological risks, but we don't think about economic risks unless we're in the applied developmental area, and we certainly don't think about economic outcomes. I want to remind us, however, that when you look at child neglect, right, you know that there are many poverty-related factors that we have to consider, like material hardship and employment and those kinds of things. I also want to remind us that when you look at caregiver risk, when you go to the child maltreatment data, you see that a lot of families are experiencing economic risk by being on public assistance, having financial problems, and inadequate housing. Now, obviously, I'm a developmentalist, so this is important to me, but we know that maltreatment affects a range of developmental outcomes across domains, so I'm going to put a plug in for us to think about all the different domains, not just mental health. I also think it's important for us to think about the trajectories of development. Like we know that early childhood development is very much related to adult functioning. And when we think about the poverty data, we know that early childhood poverty is probably most pernicious. I also think it's important for us to try, and I know this is hard in the research world because how do you disentangle these things, but to try and do what this panel is going to try to do today is really pull out some of the effects of poverty and what impacts of child maltreatment are, and obviously thinking about this for practice and policy. So let me go to look at these domains a little bit. And I'm not going to go through all of these, but what I did was sort of pull together some comparative tables and help you to see that really when you look at child poverty outcomes and child neglect outcomes, there is a great deal of overlap, which does, as we know, relate to the fact that there is this great deal of overlap between poverty and child neglect. But I just wanted to point out a couple things to you that I have in red. One of the things that we don't typically see in the child poverty area is injuries that are due to lack of supervision. So that's one particular aspect of child neglect that we can pull out that really seems to be more related to the neglect experience than the poverty. And the other point I want to raise, which really does have a relationship to what Brett just talked about, is that we have to always think about the interaction of race and poverty when we think about neglect. Brett just talked to you all about.
Brenda, I'm so sorry. Are you supposed to be screen sharing right now?
I am. All right. Well, thank you. Somehow, I think it's on another, hold on. Thank you for telling me, Toria. I think it went on another
It's always complicated. I'm so sorry. to
Another
interrupt, but we
screen.
wanna
No,
see your
glad,
tails.
thank you. Thank you. And certainly people can have them. I'm so sorry. I think it went on another screen. Can you see them now? Yes, thank you. I'm so, and Toria, you saved the day. Okay. All right. So certainly people can have these. So if you missed anything. So I wanted to really go back to this issue of the interaction of race, poverty, and neglect, because the research suggests that you can't really consider them separately. That certainly when you think about neglect, outcomes are different depending on whether you're talking about Black children or Latino children. And as Brett talked about in his presentation, when you think about whether children are living in chronic poverty, their outcomes look different than children who have been neglected, who are not. So one big important point for us is to always think about that complexity in terms of our research, but also in terms of our practice. If you look at it on the cognitive academic side, you see similar things, lots of overlap. However, there is some suggestion that neglect is particularly relevant, even more than child poverty. So when you put in controls like income, et cetera, you still get neglect predicting these cognitive and academic outcomes. And some people suggest that that has to do with the fact that neglectful parents are less likely to stimulate their children, et cetera, than what you see in families where they're from low-income backgrounds. On the mental health side, similar overlap with some exceptions that I've had and read. And of course, I know my colleagues will probably address these more, but I just wanted to kind of set the stage. So when you look at trauma-related symptoms, you're much less likely to see those in children who are experiencing poverty than you are children who are experiencing neglect. And there's even some data that things like psychosis might be more relevant to neglect than poverty. And certainly we have these long-term beautiful studies that come out of the Whittam group that suggest that neglect uniquely predicts PTSD, trauma-related symptoms there, and arrest. All right, so I want to talk a little bit about long-term economic outcomes. Again, I'm not going to go into these because I'm sure my colleagues are. I'm just focusing on what's the red. That there is some suggestion that even after you control for poverty, social disadvantage, that child maltreatment, including neglect, does contribute to adult economic outcomes. So again, we have some data that suggests even above poverty, that these experiences of neglect might predict adult well-being in the economic sphere. I just want to talk a little bit about some of these studies that look at income supports, because those studies, even though they're not randomized controlled trials and things like that, they're mostly state studies that are correlational, but that help us to really think about what poverty might mean for neglect and neglect outcomes. So there are a bunch of studies that have looked at TANF. And for example, there's one that finds that if you're in a state that has lower TANF participation, you're likely to have higher rates of neglect. So again, that suggests that if you had a little more income, which takes you out of poverty, that you might be less likely to neglect your children. There are also other studies that look at the earned income tax credit that have found lower rates of self-reported CPS involvement and neglect in states where there are been more progress in terms of earned income tax credits. Also in Medicaid expansion states, they found decreased rates of child neglect. And although we don't have a lot of data on these, I want to remind you all that there are now these studies of unconditional cash transfers that are looking like the study that Kim Noble and Kristen Slack are doing, where you can look at child outcomes after you sort of look at whether they've gotten an unconditional cash transfer and they're starting to think about child maltreatment as well. So I just wanted to do one last slide to talk about what I think might be some unique mechanisms and outcomes of child neglect that are above and beyond this issue of poverty. So I like to call families with whom I work who are from impoverished backgrounds, but might end up in the child welfare system, poverty plus populations. And Duncan talks about these as sort of considering the factors that relate to poverty that don't really have anything to do necessarily with income and that kind of thing. So these omitted variables like parental depression, for example, like parental substance abuse, like parenting stress, which are often the kinds of psychological variables that get families into the child maltreatment category. So what these data suggest to us is that poverty by itself is not what predicts child neglect. It is poverty plus a lot of these other kinds of factors. And what these things like parenting depression and parental substance abuse give rise to are parenting experiences that lead to compromised child outcomes that my colleagues and we'll talk about in just a minute. So some of those parenting variables that have been found in research to predict child neglect and then to predict negative outcomes are things like disengaged parenting, like low parental warmth, right? Also authoritarian and punitive parenting, and including, of course, in their use of physical discipline, like Jody talked about. Less stimulating parenting that I mentioned before that has high correlations with kids with academic outcomes. So there's a study that Christy Slack did where she found less television viewing, for example, more television viewing in families who are neglectful. Certainly, this idea of the lack of attachment and the lack of a positive parent-child interaction that has given rise to a lot of interventions for neglectful families is also a parenting domain that really does explain some of the negative outcomes we see for child neglect. And then finally, I wanted to bring this one study to your attention that really focused on how parental neglectful behaviors did mediate the impact of depression on children. We know that these kind of omitted variables like parent depression have a huge, huge impact on kids' outcomes, but there's some evidence that parents who move to this kind of detached, disengaged parenting might explain more of the negative outcomes than the depression itself. So with that, I'm going to turn to my colleagues, and I guess we'll start with Howard first.
We can see it, Howard, but we can't hear you. You're on mute.
How about now? Okay.
Better, thanks.
After 2 years of Zoom, you'd think I'd have it down, right? Hi, everyone. A big pleasure to be here. And as you see, I'm a pediatrician at the University of Maryland School of Medicine. And I understand that there are lots of practitioners in the audience. And I'm reminded of something I heard Uri Bronfenbrenner say almost about 40 years ago. And he pointed out that the tragedy is not what we don't know. Rather, it's how we ignore what we do know. And so I'm guessing that some of what I'm about to show you is not that new, but particularly for those in practice, my challenge is to consider to what extent is this truly being implemented in practice. So I was asked to address a few specific issues, the short-term and observable outcomes of neglect, some of the developmental considerations when assessing neglect, the nexus between parental actions or inactions and child outcomes, and how that pertains to planning appropriate interventions, referrals, court petitions. this was my task. So sticking to my task, I think this slide summarizes probably what we've learned over the last 50, 60 years of how neglect can impact kids' physical and emotional health, their social and cognitive development, both in the short and in the long term. And there are many, many examples. I'm going to just show you a few of them. And probably the most important word in this and the next slide is the word possible in the heading. And the reason is because so many of the manifestations of possible neglect may in fact be due to something else. So if you're focusing on the scrawny, horribly scrawny little baby in the bottom right, yeah, we have to think, did this baby not get enough food? But as a pediatrician, I have to carefully also consider the possibility that other problems, medical problems, genetic problems, could also have been part of the picture. So as a physician, what we quite commonly see is where healthcare has not been adequate, and that contributes to a health problem, non-adherence. I have a kid with horrible asthma back in the ICU because they didn't get the meds they needed. A big issue is the delay or failure to get medical, mental health care, dental care. And here you see an example. With regard to inadequate physical care, that too can contribute to different health problems. Poor hygiene, sanitation, rarely, but it can. So if a kid, for example, has a cut that gets horribly infected because it wasn't adequately cleaned, that would be an example. Perhaps in some situations, inadequate clothing. And then I think we're all familiar with poor growth, termed failure to thrive, although in recent decades, interestingly, more and more attention to severe obesity. I mention hunger as well, because typically for a long time, pediatricians have monitored kids' growth on those growth charts that many of you will remember with your kids. But that is a relatively late and crude manifestation of insufficient food or food insecurity. And so you're probably aware of national surveys showing that as many as 1 in 5 kids, 1 in 10 to 1 in 5 kids pre-COVID living in food insecure homes. And so children being hungry can certainly be one manifestation of neglect. We've heard quite a bit about inadequate supervision leading to health and social problems, recurring injuries, ingestions, the accidental poisonings where kids have access to dangerous stuff, and certainly young kids left home alone, unattended, and then in the most severe instances, children who are abandoned. And most difficult, and perhaps most important, are kids who are not getting adequate emotional care that contributes to mental health and behavior problems. And this might be in the home, in the family, not getting that emotional support. But we know nationally that we have actually a crisis of kids with serious emotional mental health problems who lack access to care. So these are some of the common manifestations, certainly that I and perhaps many of you see, again, of possible neglect. So in training medical students and residents, I have to be very careful to say, think about what contributed to the problem. Think about inadequate supervision, but please don't jump to that conclusion there are other possible contributors. It's interesting, following Brenda and thinking of kids' development, how as we learn more, there are these relatively new forms of neglect. So I remember not that long ago when, let's say, exposure to tobacco smoke might have been irritating. You had a restaurant and someone's smoking next to you. Well, we've learned the impact of second and actually even third-hand smoke. Third-hand smoke is the residue that's left on clothing, on carpets, and how particularly in kids who have underlying lung disease, how that can trigger asthma and other problems. Kids who are not restrained adequately in a car, and that can contribute to serious and sometimes fatal injuries. We've learned a lot about exposure to intimate partner violence and how this could be construed as a form of neglect. You know, if we think about it, how critically important it is for children that the home be a safe, secure, loving place, and instead how scary that can be when they're exposed to conflict. Access to a loaded gun. So 23 states, I think, have laws holding gun owners liable when kids inadvertently get into a gun and usually get hold of a gun and a tragedy ensues. And usually these cases only come to light when there is a horrible headline. Dangerous sleeping is another interesting issue. Since the early 90s, there's been a campaign to cut SIDS, sudden infant death syndrome, by more than half by having kids sleep on their back. And so we've learned a lot about safe sleep hygiene, and yet it's not always followed. And then just at the bottom is a different kind of example that in the wealthy United States, even after Obamacare and the S-chip program, we still have 3 or 4 million children without any health insurance. And guess what? When families lack health insurance, they're less apt to seek health care. And so when I'm seeing a child who walks in or is brought into the emergency department with a terribly disgusting burn, and I'm wondering, boy, why didn't they seek care a few days earlier? Maybe part of the reason was lacking health insurance. So I think it's pretty plain to all of us that children's needs and vulnerability vary. And as we go about our work and implement any definition of neglect, we have to consider their development, their mental health, their physical health. So just for example, in terms of mental health, if I have a 9, 10-year-old who's functioning really well, is a healthy kid, maybe being home alone in the afternoon for a couple of hours is not so terrible. On the other hand, if that child has a problem setting fires, clearly that's a bad idea. With physical health, so we see a terrific range of kids' physical health. Picture on the one hand, a tiny premature preemie baby who's dependent on oxygen, who critically needs close care, not just medical care, but the care families and others provide in the home. Very different situation from an otherwise physically healthy child. So in clinical work, I think we're always asking this specific child, in terms of their cognitive, their social development, their mental and physical health, what's important? What makes them perhaps especially vulnerable? I'm guessing I'm preaching to the choir for the most part. Should we be concerned with potential harm? And I think if we're interested in prevention, it's a resounding yes. Let me quickly add a caveat. That doesn't mean that all of these situations necessarily mean rushing to the phone and calling CPS. I think many of these situations in my world do not require that. But for those of us broadly working with children and interested in preventing harm, then we need to be concerned with dangerous situations that involve potential harm. Here's the hard part. How do we assess potential harm? We're not very good in general predicting the future. Sometimes we have epidemiological data, and a good example would be kids who are not vaccinated. And I'm not thinking of COVID here, but mumps and measles and the rest of them. There is a certain risk of being unimmunized, unvaccinated, getting mumps or measles and other illnesses. Similarly, data looking at what happens when a car safety restraint isn't used. Other times, it's knowing the individual child and their specific condition. So I might have a patient who has really bad asthma, who's been in the hospital 10 times, 3 times in the ICU. I know that this child really needs the meds. By the way, children die from asthma, and that if they don't get the meds, there's a risk of them being back in the ICU. So this is, in a clinical setting, also useful. In assessing potential harm, we also want to have some grasp on what's needed to reduce the risk in a specific situation. And just, for example, knowing, does this involve parental substance use? What's their motivation and their ability to address their problem? And very importantly, what are the protective factors? Do they actually have access to substance use treatment? Are there services in the community that reasonably can be brought into play? So we want to be really practical what we can do working with the family to help reduce that risk. It makes sense that we learn from prior interventions. What's been tried with what results? And so we don't simply keep banging our heads against the same wall. And dare I say at the bottom, I think sometimes there's room for common sense. I don't think one needs letters after your name to recognize that leaving a baby alone in the bathtub is a really bad idea. So in assessing potential harm, there are 2 main dimensions. One is the likelihood of that harm occurring, and the other, the severity. So in the top right, the really bad stuff, a high likelihood of something really bad happening. So, for example, a toddler running into a busy street, that would be an example, or a child with a serious medical condition that goes untreated. On the bottom left, we have a relatively low likelihood and actually low severity. And an interesting example coming back to unvaccinated children. Yes, someone who's not vaccinated against measles might get it, but truth be told, the risk is small, and if they get it, it's usually mild. Our concern is more of a public health one, less one pertaining to the individual child. And then we have in-between situations in orange, in a gray zone. So, for example, a high likelihood of a low severity harm would be leaving a baby unattended, even for a moment, on a changing table or a bed. Yeah, the baby may roll over, fall onto the floor, but most of the time, most of those babies are actually going to be okay and not incur serious injury. So this is a useful way, I think, of trying to characterize the nature of potential harm. But like with the weather, you know, the best predictor of tomorrow's weather is today's weather. And so this is probably still a useful maxim. What about the nexus between parental inaction and outcome? So this was raised earlier, and I think we have to be very careful to ask the question, is the outcome clearly attributable to parental inaction? So I gave the example of a child with bad asthma who's back in the ICU. Well, maybe it's because the child didn't get her meds, but maybe the child inherently has really bad disease, and actually the parents did what they could, and despite that, the child is sick. Or it might be a teenager who is in denial, like most teens, wants to be beautiful and perfect, and the parents may actually be doing everything feasible, but the kid is, in a sense, neglecting their own healthcare need. So I think a very important question to ask. I think this has been alluded to what extent? Because the problem is so often multifactorial that yes, what the parent did may be part of the picture, but boy, there sure are other contributors. And so it's imperative for us to carefully consider what else may have contributed to the neglect. And I'm just going to very quickly show a figure that I think everyone is probably well familiar with, of recognizing the ecological context in which this happens. And what parents do is important, but it's only part of a bigger picture. And so we have individual factors that may play a part at the family level, different factors. Importantly, in the community, what's happening, what's not happening, and also importantly, very importantly, at the broader societal level. And this has already been touched on. So I think certainly in clinical work, it's so important, I think, to look at neglect in a way as a symptom manifestation, using a medical metaphor. And the tough job is to understand what's underpinning it, what all is contributing to this problem, because then we're better positioned to help. And the last slide is that so often, again, coming from the medical model where we often focus on what's wrong, what's bad, what's the pathology, and then how do we treat or prevent it, we've learned a lot about the role of protective factors that can be critical in offsetting some of the stresses, the risk factors facing families. And so as we try to develop a hopefully comprehensive picture of a child's life in a family, yes, the problems are important, but the protective factors and strengths are so important too. So those are a few thoughts on what I was tasked with, and I hope it was useful. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Howard. Now, Melissa Johnson-Reed.
Okay. So good afternoon to most of you. Good morning to some of you. Can everybody see my screen? Awesome. Okay. So my name is Melissa Johnson-Reed. I'm a professor at Washington University in St. Louis, but perhaps more importantly, before I went into academia, I was fortunate enough to serve as a coordinator of something called Foster Youth Services in the state of California, which is a school-based program that serves children who are already in foster care, either through probation, which happens in California, not all states, or child welfare. And I also did some work in IPV and became increasingly frustrated and distraught as I was writing grants, trying to figure out how to improve services, because we often didn't know a whole lot about what happened before or why these systems transitions were happening and how we could think about doing a better job for the kids and for the families who so deserve better than we can all often offer them. So my task for today, I'm going to switch gears a little bit, is to talk about system outcomes. Whoops. And I want to first give a caveat saying that sometimes looking at longer term system contacts for kids, in particular for kids and families, contact of child protection system has not been without controversy, particularly in regard to whether or not who is responsible for those outcomes, and I understand that as a practitioner, understand what it's like to work in an underfunded system and to feel constrained by what we actually offer in regard to services compared to the system context. On the other hand, I would argue that measuring these longer term contacts, which is a little bit different than measuring clinical outcomes, are really important, not just in terms of holding a system accountable, but much more importantly, to call attention to opportunities to improve our system of care, so we can help children and their families have the positive outcomes that they deserve. I also think it's super important to differentiate contact with services from actual services, but that's a talk for another day, or an answer to a question. So what system outcomes are important? Why? First of all, they can be proxies for poor developmental outcomes that often have longer term consequences for the individual. So for example, if I become engaged in the juvenile justice system after a report of maltreatment, that may trigger a whole host of other kinds of concerns, as well as being a proxy for my engagement in behaviors that are not really conducive to things like successful completion of school, for example. They are also readily visible in our data systems, and I'll talk about that a little bit at the end. So that means that I can find them, see them, and I can use them to track secondary prevention goals, or even things like the child well-being indicators that are required of child welfare. They're also the most common markers used for our cost estimates of maltreatment. This is just one of them. So that is another way of thinking about the societal as well as the individual impacts of neglect. So why might neglect impact systems contact? I'm not going to read this slide, but I basically think of this in 4 buckets. There may be direct influence on cognitive or physical development, which Dr. Dubowitz so clearly outlined in his talk. That may lead to a whole host of systems engagement in special ed, behavioral and medical health systems, even recurrent maltreatment. We can have a lack of connection to positive influences, opportunities, and needed services. For example, he mentioned things like health insurance or getting a child the medication they need. Lack of protection from environmental risk. Also, both our colleagues talked about this. If I'm not protected from things externally, even external to the family and community, et cetera, I may be more likely to have other kinds of victimization experiences that confound the impacts of neglect, and also are more likely to indicate my presence in another system. And finally, the increased risk of recurrent maltreatment. So where do we find information? This can be a bit tricky for those of you who have ever tried to locate information. There are two buckets of studies here. There are studies that find no difference. So what are those? Well, these are studies or reports that you might see out there that don't really have child neglect in the title, but did some analysis within the study that look at child neglect compared to other kinds of maltreatment types. And they say things like, there's no significant difference. What does that practically mean? It just means that neglect is equally problematic. Okay. And the second kind of studies are studies that follow outcomes for neglect specifically. And I'm going to show us some examples of those, of both types. So here's an example of the no difference system contact finding study. We looked at a number of system contacts. What you see at the lower half of your screen are child and youth contacts in juvenile justice, mental health, and medical systems. What you see on top is adult systems contacts, controlling for whether I had these system contacts in my youth. And those colorful bars are indicators of number of reports. Okay, so blue bar is poverty only. So these children never had any child maltreatment contact that we know of in regard to official reports. And the green, yellow, orange, and red are indicators of greater numbers of reports. And if you were to read the actual article, you would see nested in there that neglect isn't highlighted here because there were no differences by maltreatment type once we were thinking about chronic maltreatment reports over time. What you can also take home from this is that you notice that generally as a child returns to the CPS system, their likelihood of engaging in other systems increases. Here's another example of a study that looked at neglect in comparison to poverty only, as well as in comparison to other types of maltreatment. I'll show you this study in a couple of slides. And again, we see nested in there, whereas youth exposed to both abuse and neglect fare worse than youth exposed to a single form of maltreatment, we found no consistent indication that abuse was associated with worse outcomes. So in other words, here again, we have an example of a study that suggests all things being considered, when you look at how a system sees somebody coming in, there doesn't seem to be a lot of difference in those later system outcomes based on the type of maltreatment they were initially reported for. So why? Why might studies find no difference between neglect and other forms of maltreatment? Well, I think here we need to think about not just disentangling neglect from poverty, but also disentangling neglect from other forms and ongoing types of victimization. So for example, in the top half of the screen, we see a study where we looked at what is a child first reported for? And then if they come back, what do they come back for? And the take-home message is, well, about 40-ish% of the children initially reported for neglect come back for neglect, but the rest of them come back for a lot of other things. And when we look at children initially reported for physical and sexual abuse, we see that the most common type of recidivism is neglect. Looking at another way of measuring this, so this goes back to Dr. Manley's presentation. The second study looked at case files. And when they looked beyond the initial report type, it actually delved into every information bit that they could get from case files and interviews. They found actually that neglect was present in 71% of the sample, and that 95% of the children that had some indication of neglect also had other types of maltreatment indicated in the case files. Let's look at this another way. So here is a study that did a national probabilistic survey. So this is actually parent report and youth report, not administrative records. And so they found that physical and supervisory neglect were highly highly related to the risk of other types of maltreatment, but also to other kinds of victimization by peers, sexual assault by non-relatives, witnessing IPV, dating violence, and being the victim of property crime. And neglect was significantly related to trauma symptoms reported, along with other kinds of victimization. But when they started thinking about cumulative victimization, the types became unimportant. So the way I think about this is neglect over time and without effective preventive intervention is often compounded by a host of other kinds of victimization, including other types of maltreatment above and beyond our considerations of poverty. So sometimes when we look at things long-term, that's why we find things, I think, that indicate little difference between outcomes between various maltreatment types and neglect. So let's look at a couple of studies that specifically compared neglect to poverty-only samples. So on top here, you see the same study I presented for you earlier in that table. And so they also looked at neglect specifically compared to poverty only, and were able to control for sort of the depth and duration of poverty, and found that youth with CPS investigated neglect had substantially worse outcomes. Now, what's important about this one is, for those of you in the practice field, this will be absolutely evident, but for those of you who may be in other fields, an investigation often does not result in services. So oftentimes the most common result of an investigation is simply coming out, maybe once or two meetings with families, maybe a referral, and then the case is closed. So this is not a high touch intervention. This is not a long-term contact with CPS. This is sort of the lowest level that you might imagine compared to poverty only, and they look different. The bottom part of the slide is actually, I think Dr. Harden actually mentioned Kathy Spates-Woodham longitudinal study. What's interesting about this is she actually began with court substantiated maltreatment cases and had economically similar controls. And 30 years later, she is still seeing system contact signals for adults now regarding violent arrests, housing, financial, and food insecurities compared to similarly economic controls. So take home message is, while we don't have as much data as we would like, the neglect research is still there. The studies that we do have suggest that children with indications of neglect have greater risk of later system outcomes that are proxies for some pretty negative developmental outcomes long-term. Are all forms of neglect equal? Honestly, the work in this area is still emerging. There's some indication that things like entry into foster care or opening for services may vary by subtype, but there's so little data on this that it's very hard for me to tell you what subtypes of neglect. And as we just heard, because over time, these are going to get mixed together, that makes it complicated. There's other studies not on system outcomes, including one by Dr. Dubowitz. I'm not going to talk through those, but those also give us some indicators that there might be some differences by neglect subtypes. But again, just really too little information for me to give you any kind of clear implications for practice. So my take-home message: neglect has been given less attention, but the impact of neglect in childhood sure looks different than experiencing only poverty when we look at systems outcomes across a variety of systems. So education, health, juvenile justice, criminal justice, mental health, all systems that I come into contact for different reasons. So in other words, whereas you might say, well, one system might be more likely to come across as some sort of bias and surveillance like juvenile justice, that's less likely than coming to the ER for a broken bone, because I'm likely to come to the ER for a broken bone at least before the advent of total access urgent care. in the hospital, regardless of my income level. And when compared to other forms of maltreatment, neglect often results in equally poor outcomes. I think the good news is there's potential here for secondary prevention when primary prevention fails. Effective services at both the child and family levels could ameliorate the harm that may have already occurred due to some form of neglect, and also to prevent recurrence. Doing this well can offset later system outcomes. And then diligent measuring of these kinds of later system contacts and whether services are provided could offer us an important opportunity to show both personal and societal cost savings of earlier intervention.
All right.
And,
Go ahead.
oh, I just want to say thanks.
Thank you, Melissa. All right, so I've been trying to monitor our question and answer. So Howard, I'm going to throw a couple of questions at you. One of the folks wants to know about consequences of children who don't have a lot of stimulation in the home, like leaving a child in a pack and play with minimal interaction for long periods of time. And someone else wanted you to talk about a little more about what those compromised sleeping arrangements might be. You're mute, unmute Howard.
Yeah, so regarding kids who are or understimulated, there are consequences. This is, children need to be engaged, they need to be stimulated, and that fosters their development. So a great example is looking at children in high-risk, deprived environments, how much less language they hear in the first few years, and the consequences for their language development is just one example. So talking to babies, reading to babies, all of these things matter. It's remarkable of just how much infants and certainly older kids are absorbing. And so those inputs are critical. And to the extent that they're missing, it compromises or jeopardizes optimal development. So yes, I think it's very clear that that stimulation matters. Brenda, what was the next question?
The other one was about the compromised sleeping arrangements. What are those? What do those look like?
Well, so in Maryland, a state with 5 million people, there are about 20 to 25 unexpected fatalities of young kids, otherwise healthy kids each year. And I can tell you that co-sleeping, dangerous sleeping, is up there as one of the most common causes. So in certain circumstances, especially someone using substances, someone who's a very heavy sleeper, someone who's very big and rolls over onto a 2-3 month old baby can smother the child and the baby can die. So it's dangerous, and also less directly what I mentioned regarding SIDS. The exact cause remains a mystery, but since this was discovered in, I think, 1993, and babies have been recommended to sleep on their back, this is not talking about smothering. The rate of SIDS, I think, is roughly 40% of what it was. So in this instance, unsafe sleep can be fatal. Again, it's a relatively infrequent outcome, but obviously when it happens, it's a tragic one.
Okay, so Melissa, I'm going to throw you one easy question and then one challenging one. So the easy one is, what is system contact outcomes referring to? So they just want a better definition. But the other one that had been written in the chat, and some people said they agreed with, is about, it seems like all of these data are pointing to the fact that these families are not provided income supports and other ecological supports that might be related to racism and sexism, sort of talking about structural variables. So what's your thought about that?
Okay. So the first question is in the studies that I showed you today, and in most of this work, system contact merely means that that person was engaged with that system. So in other words, a system contact with special education means that they showed up as eligible in the education system data for some sort of special education. System contact with child welfare in the studies I'm looking at for you today was primarily reports to CPS. So that is actually one of the things I alluded to on the first stage, that it's much more challenging for us to know what somebody actually receives versus the contacted systems. And this is not just a child protection, child welfare problem. This is a problem in our data across systems. For example, we can tell you, if I look at education systems, what happens regarding high school graduation for somebody who is served for what they term emotional disturbance, for example, compared to a learning disorder. But I can't tell you anything they ever received on their IEP or at the school. And this is a real problem. So just caveat there that we need to get much, much better at actually capturing what we do for a family. The second question is, I think there's no doubt that improving our ability to provide families, not just in a intervention sense, but in a preventive sense, the material and income supports that they need to be able to access the kind of resources that make parenting, I would say, possible in many cases, honestly, would have a huge impact. Do I think that that is the only piece of neglect? I think the answer is no. And I think that's why the outcomes look so different for families that are also living in poverty and also deserve those kinds of income supports and material needs supports, but aren't struggling as much to parent. And there's a number of other studies I could show you that have looked at things like the parental context with systems at time of first report. And many of those parents are already struggling with mental health, substance abuse, criminal justice histories, and other things at the time they first come to the contact with a given system. So I do think by the time many, not all, families are brought to the attention of some system for concern, oftentimes there's more than one thing going on. So back to Dr. Jones-Harden's presentation, sort of the plus families, that there's more to be considered beyond what is reported as abuse or neglect. And I hope that answered the question.
Thank you. And I'll just do one last question. We only have like a couple minutes. Howard, someone was asking about the pressure in the medical field for quick patient interactions, which you probably know very well, and how those, foci on this, moving through families fast affects the decision to report using a better safe than sorry approach. So this person was wondering whether it made more sense to have an interdisciplinary team make determinations about when to report.
Yes.
Yes.
What can I say? I know painfully well about how hurried medicine has become. It's a big problem. You shouldn't get me started on this, but I will say, at least in teaching young physicians, we make the point that, yeah, when you're concerned about possible maltreatment, the law mandates reporting, but reporting is always a big deal, and not to do it flippantly. And to the extent possible, ideally with a multidisciplinary team, certainly a good number of clinics have social workers who can assist. That really helps. And I'll just say two things that are possible good news on the horizon. The whole notion of integrated behavioral health is gaining ground. We've got a long way to go, a long way, but there's recognition that this whole separation of mental health and physical health is silly, and the better way to provide healthcare is to integrate it. So I hope in the years to come, we'll see much more of that. The other thing that I hope will help is moving away from the current fee-for-service payment system, which is terrible, instead to what's called value-based healthcare. And so the incentive will be to keep people healthy, prevent them being sick, and that's how physicians and hospitals and others will be paid. And I think those are two encouraging developments that hopefully will grow.
Well, thank you both. This has been a great panel. And now we will turn it over to our next panel.
No lunch?
I don't think so.
Who planned this?
I did. You can blame me, Howard.
I do.
We're trying to cram everything in. So go get your lunch and eat it while we watch.
Okay.
And
So I
Dr. Garg,
believe,
you can
yes.
take it away whenever you want.
Okay,
Great.
great. Thank you. So good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for joining us. I'm honored to be amongst the stellar group of folks who are committed to advancing science and best practice in maltreatment and child welfare. As a brief introduction, my work both in research and practice has focused on how best to address racial inequities within child and family serving systems. As a former CPS worker, I realized, really to no fault of my own, that I could not address the intersecting public health concerns that increase the odds that children enter the child welfare system or become neglected. Now, as a professor in the College of Social Work at the University of Kentucky, my work now centers on addressing the gaps I encountered as a CPS worker. And that is to identify and mitigate the harmful practices, policies, and procedures that sustain systems of oppression and prevent workers and leaders in the community from effectively engaging with families and kids. What I have learned is that this entails building relevant, culturally grounded research evidence to identify, implement, and evaluate strategies that will restructure systems as sites of equal opportunity for all youth and heal from different types and forms of trauma, including neglect. This panel, as the name implies, focuses on drawing upon the latest research to reflect upon what will it take to prevent and mitigate the effects of neglect. To that end, I will provide a very brief overview of the types of resources that are most needed to prevent neglect and address it. And I will end by discussing challenges in implementing those resources. Next, Dr. Sherry Toth and Melissa Osborne will draw from their research to offer insights into the specific types of interventions or resources that may prevent or mitigate the effects of neglect. So if you just give me a minute to pull up my slides real quick. So as we learned from our former panel, the causes and consequences of neglect are complex. And therefore we need interventions that target that complexity. And I'll just bring up these slides here real quick. Do I have showing capacity here?
You should.
Okay.
There you go.
So as I mentioned, we need interventions that address the complexity of neglect. As noted in this diagram here, children are nested within multiple and intersecting environments, including diversified family formations, affluent or disadvantaged neighborhoods, and service systems and policies and procedures that may or may not meet the needs of kids and families. But due to rigorous research, we know a little bit more about the types of resources and interventions that are needed to address parent-level needs and risk factors. The California Evidence-Based Clearinghouse website, for example, rates the quality of evidence for specific interventions on a scale from 1 to 5, with 1 being well supported to 5 concerning, and that address just a range of issues of concern for child welfare involved families, including neglect. After doing a very recent scan of this Clearinghouse website, what I found is that only 3 programs received a rating of 2, including Child Haven, Childhood Trauma Treatment, Home Builders, and Safe Care. So this indicates that we have more work to do in terms of examining the effectiveness of these programs here and other existing interventions across diverse settings, contexts, and state and local child welfare organizations. Primary and secondary interventions for neglect that received a rating of 1 or 2 include these listed here: Nurse-Family Partnership, the Positive Parenting Program, including Triple P, Child First, Safe Environment for Every Kid, and Safe Care. And luckily, we'll hear more about Safe Care from Dr. Melissa Osborne in a few minutes. All of these programs have a few things in common. 1, they are evidence supported. At least 1 rigorous RCT in a practice setting has found that the program to be superior or to appropriate comparison group outcomes for at least 6 months. They target child neglect, of course. They are either intended to prevent neglect or the recurrence of neglect, and are delivered by child welfare workers or trained mental health professionals in an outpatient setting or in the home. And then finally, they all underscore the need to develop and sustain positive attachment relationships. And Dr. Sherry Toth will elaborate further on the effects of attachment interventions. So depending upon the type of intervention, it may address risk factors such as parental drug use, challenging child behaviors, concerns about parenting, and other safety concerns in the home. However, they are not designed to address the larger systemic and structural issues. Service gaps remain, particularly for diverse populations, and the research is lagging. We need to focus our efforts on making sure the services are implemented, families are engaged, and that we engage in rigorous scientific research to determine that all families, irrespective of their background, benefit from them. At the same time, we must consider and evaluate the impact of other supports, such as universal child care, Head Start, universal basic income, expansion of Medicaid and TANF, and housing placement. Whether and under what conditions those types of supports, in combination with those evidence-based interventions, have a sustained effect remains relatively unknown. It's very tricky. Research is complicated by varying policies across different states and localities, and by different organizational contexts. And I'm going to try to illustrate this complexity with a case study that I was actually assigned to as a former CPS worker in Washington State. So in that role, I was responsible for investigating alleged reports of maltreatment, and if needed, providing services to reduce the odds of kids being placed in foster care. So I received a referral from a concerned neighbor alleging interpersonal violence in the home. There were concerns about the kids' lack of medical attention, poor school attendance, parental problems, drug use, and issues around safety in the home. The mother is 24 years of age and is Mexican-American. The father is 20 years of age and identifies as African-American. So in this case, despite my best efforts, the family did not engage in a treatment plan, which included home builders and outpatient drug use. Again, they didn't engage in that service either. And so the kids all ended up in foster care. And there are numerous plausible reasons as to why this occurred, whether it be lack of family motivation, system-induced trauma, barriers to access to services, and so forth. Again, while all these reasons are plausible, I still wonder how much of this overarching reason had to do with the inability to implement the ideal case plan due to organizational dynamics. Well, I knew that trauma-focused cognitive behavioral therapy was the ideal intervention for this family. It was not available. And so to that end, I resorted to home builders, knowing full well, at least at the time, that the intervention had not been tested among Black and Brown caregivers. Many child welfare organizations like the one I worked for are not equipped to offer TFCBT or other EBPs due to numerous barriers that I will now explain very briefly. There is, like I mentioned, 5 domains of barriers. The first barrier has to do with the characteristics of the intervention. And that has to do with whether or not there's evidence to support implementation. Is it adaptable? Is it culturally applicable? Is it affordable? Is it packaged well for leaders and providers? In this case, in my case, TFCBT was just simply too costly and not available. There's also barriers within the individuals involved in this process. Do providers and caseworkers have the knowledge to deliver these interventions? Do they have self-efficacy to know when to make a referral to someone external to their organization to actually implement the intervention? Do they themselves have buy-in? Do the caregivers have buy-in? If not, simply put, implementation fails. There's also the inner setting, and that has to do with features of the organization that's actually implementing the service. And this has to do with leadership and culture and climate. And of course, we all know that climate is impacted by high caseloads and turnover. So the question here is, do caseworkers prioritize innovation over grappling with all of those other barriers, such as caseload and so forth? Do providers feel incentivized to do away with the old and embrace the new, so to speak? The outer setting has to do with factors external to the organization. So, patient needs and resources, policies, procedures, is there adequate funding? As for my case, again, we didn't have the funding. And then finally, there's the actual implementation process. Was there a planning process involved in actually trying to scale up innovation in new practices? Is there a team of experts involved in the process, from leaders and stakeholders and external change agents, program champions and the like involved? And is there a plan to actually execute the plan of action to do away with the old and embrace the new? All that said, implementation experts aim to bridge the divides between the generation of the best available evidence and the use of that evidence in actual practice. The lingering questions that I think the field needs to grapple with include the following. 1, what exactly are the contextual factors that matter the most? And how do those factors affect implementation activities at various stages? And in what ways do they prevent neglect or address it after it has happened? And a question that I'm also trying to grapple with is, how do we simultaneously balance social justice and pay tribute to the rich and expansive experiences of an increasingly diverse population, while also acknowledging all the messiness and the complexity of the context? So with that being said, I will turn it over to Dr. Sherry Toth to discuss her work related to attachment interventions. But before turning it over, I just want to underscore again that training clinicians is not enough. Again, we need to make sure the context is optimized and that we have program champions who are on board to encourage their colleagues to get on board and implement new practices that we know are effective. So yeah, I'll turn it over to Dr. Sherry Toth. And thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Garcia, and congratulations on the brand new baby.
Oh, thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Garcia, and thanks to all of the participants. It's so wonderful to see so many individuals really invested in this topic today. And also thanks to all of the organizers for putting together such an amazing group of presenters. I'm humbled to be going next, so I will do my best here and start sharing my screen. Okay. Let's make sure I'm doing this right. Okay, so obviously we're focusing on poverty and neglect, and my focus is promoting caregiver sensitivity based on an attachment theory perspective. As you know, I'm Sherry Toth. I'm a professor of psychology and psychiatry at the University of Rochester, and I've been here at Mount Hope Family Center since 1986. And the reason I've been here that long is a real commitment to integrating really important research, largely in the area of randomized clinical trials, with the actual provision of services and trying to export those services to stakeholders most in need of them. We've really touched on this already, but I think I'd be remiss not to point out that about 66% of maltreatment reports involve child neglect. And I just want to emphasize what Jody Manley also said, which is we also know there's a considerable overlap among those types of maltreatment. So the work I'll be talking about today is really not specific to neglect. A high percentage of our participants have experienced neglect, but we also know that there are other types of maltreatment that combine with neglect. So basically, as noted, neglect is the most common type of child maltreatment, which accounts for about 59% of cases reported to Child Protective Services in the United States. And more than any other type of child maltreatment, research has reported that child neglect is positively related to poverty. I think prior presenters have done a really great job of really trying to disentangle that and ensure that when we're reporting neglect, that it's not solely based on poverty. The focus of a lot of the interventions that we've provided at Mount Hope Family Center are relationally based. And the reason that we have focused on that is after probably almost 40 years of working with maltreated populations, we find that when parents have had sustained trauma during their own childhoods and they haven't really ever experienced a positive relationship, that sometimes they learn skills, but yet they're really still unable to implement those skills. I've worked with individuals, with parents who could almost teach a parent skills training class, but yet when they're in the home context, unfortunately, we're seeing that that's not always effectively implemented. So our focus really has been based in attachment theory. And as everybody probably knows, John Bowlby theorized that in the first year of life, infants form a type of psychological connectedness with their caregivers known as attachment. We know that attachment typically occurs other than in extreme deprivation situations, but it's really the quality of attachment that makes the difference. And basically, positive attachment, secure attachment, derives from a caregiver's reliable and sensitive responsivity to children's cues, particularly when the child is in an uncomfortable situation and is distressed. So some important points in attachment theory: attachment is a unique type of a relationship. They form across a wide range of conditions. Infants are biologically predisposed to form attachments. And again, the issue is the quality of the attachment. And attachment behaviors may be adaptive for gaining protection, but not adaptive in all situations. So we can find that what might work for a young child in a home setting where perhaps there is maltreatment and they're somewhat avoidant of their caregivers, that will not necessarily serve them well in a school setting where they're unable to form positive relationships with caregiving teachers. So attachment theory informed interventions. There really are a number out there. I've just briefly listed them. I'm obviously not going to go into detail on all of them, but really focusing on child-parent psychotherapy, which was developed by Alicia Lieberman and Patricia Van Horn. Initially, it was Selma Freiberg, who talked about ghosts in the nursery and how one's parents' own caregiving history can affect their ability to form a positive relationship with their child. We also more recently talk about angels in the nursery, which is a really positive frame, underscoring that positive early caregiving experiences also can have a positive carryover effect. So child-parent psychotherapy is a relationship-based form of intervention that focuses on child-parent interaction within a dyadic format. And the theoretical target of child-parent psychotherapy is the web of jointly constructed meanings in the child-parent relationship, which emerges from each partner's mental representations of self and other. Unlike some of the other interventions that have been mentioned today, this is really based as a more long-term form of intervention. Typically started out as about a 12-month intervention, and we're actually doing some work now looking to shorten it to 6 months to see if it's equally effective, which we are certainly hoping it will be. So it's rooted in psychodynamic theory, as I mentioned, origins in Selma Freiberg's work. And importantly, Alicia Lieberman applied the model to immigrant Latina mothers and infants. So it's one of the evidence-based therapies that really was initially developed with more of an underrepresented minority population. The premise is that the maternal past can affect mother-child relationships, and the intervention really involves working with, and I'm saying mother, but it obviously can be father, grandparent, even foster care workers. It's non-didactic, although developmental guidance is utilized as needed. I would also add that in families that are struggling with poverty, the concrete needs are critical as well. And another intervention that I'm going to touch on talks a bit more about that. So we evaluated a preventive intervention for maltreated infants, and we compared child-parent psychotherapy with more of a psychoeducational parenting intervention. These were basically our 4 treatment groups. We had the 2 active intervention groups. We had a non-maltreated comparison group to see whether we could increase the level of adaptive functioning to that of non-maltreated infants. And we had a community standard, which was basically whatever is typically provided in the child welfare system. This just kind of shows you our outcomes. At baseline, the kind of aqua bar shows that there were very low rates of secure attachment, and following the intervention, both child-parent psychotherapy and the psychoeducational parenting intervention showed significant increases. We saw a similar result when looking at disorganized attachment, which is typically viewed as one of the more problematic forms, more distressing forms of attachment, non-secure attachment. Again, we see really positive outcomes with those results. And then we did a 1-year follow-up. And interestingly, at 38 months of age, only children who received the child-parent psychotherapy were found to have sustained secure attachment. That, I think, points a little bit to me about the importance of really helping parents rework their histories to be able to implement and continue positive interactions with their children, and that they can also grow as their children develop. So not learning certain skills for a certain developmental period, but more learning how to be sensitive in response to their children's emerging needs. We also looked at child behavior problems, and we found that regardless of which intervention, that secure attachment moderated behavior problems. Another intervention that we've offered here at Mount Hope for probably about 15 years is a preventive intervention. These were not individuals who were in the child welfare system. So to really underscore what Dr. Drake said about trying to intervene before someone is actually in the CPS system, that was the goal of this project. All of the families were residing very low income families. And the goal was to promote positive relationships, foster positive socio-emotional well-being, and support physical health and development of young children. This pyramid really kind of tells you the construct of the intervention. So at the very bottom of it, we had paraprofessional outreach, really dealing with the concrete needs that these families had: stable housing, adequate food, etc. The second tier was parents as teachers, which is another evidence-based model. And that again was provided across the boards, focusing more on helping parents to develop positive parenting skills. Further up the tier was child-parent psychotherapy for families that were particularly struggling with that relationship piece. And then we had a really pretty high percentage of these young moms who were struggling with depression. So we also offered as needed interpersonal psychotherapy for depression. We got a number of really positive outcomes. Children in the BHC program completed all of their preventive well child checkups by age 2. And the results indicated a difference between BHC and control families on rates of indicated child maltreatment via CPS record data at post-intervention. We did a follow-up study, which was very exciting. One of my grad students spearheaded this. These were kids that were enrolled typically in the first year of life. We followed these children up to the school age years, which were about 3 to 7 years post-intervention. We saw about 237 families, and families who received the BHC intervention continued to show improvements in parenting behavior and child symptomatology. And importantly, this was according to both parent report and teacher report. So the summary of our treatment outcomes, basically we find that evidence-based treatments are available for children who have been maltreated, and that preventive interventions for maltreated infants and preschoolers have been shown to be efficacious in promoting secure attachment, and also really continuing not just early in childhood, but into the school age years, which I think is really critical. I just have to say a little footnote about Dr. Garcia's highlighting of the whatever level 1 and 2 interventions. There are a lot of issues with how some of those determinations were made, including they didn't want an intervention compared with another active intervention. So some of our studies actually got excluded because we compared 2 active interventions. They also only wanted 2 groups, and some of our studies had 4 groups. So we've been trying to fight that battle, not too successfully. And it's also fascinating to me that trauma-focused cognitive behavioral therapy did not make that cut when it's one of the most widely studied and multiple publications from multiple labs showing its efficacy. So just on my bandwagon a little bit here, but I think we need to do more work on how those determinations are made. So next steps, which I think is really critical. You know, many of us do work and we publish in academic journals, but if we don't really work hard to get those findings out there to the frontline workers, to individuals in schools that are, you know, offering broad-based interventions, we're really failing. And I just think that it's critical that we work on dissemination. I know a number of us who have national centers right now are really working hard on disseminating. And as Jody mentioned, we've been part of the National Child Traumatic Stress Network for many years. And a real goal of the NCTSN is to really get evidence-based treatments out there more broadly. They have a really cool model, a learning collaborative model. And what they require is that everybody from the upper level administration to the frontline workers to the supervisors all take part in these learning collaboratives. And by doing so, the goal is that they will really be able to sustain the evidence-based intervention once it's incorporated into a setting. Because we find that, you know, with really high caseloads, with lack of supervision, if the administration is not supportive of it, that we can do all the training in the world and we can have great evidence-based models, but they don't necessarily get to the individuals most in need. We also know that there are still awful disparities with respect to access to high quality services. So I think that's something else that we really need to continue to work on. And I know many individuals speaking here today are very committed to that. So I think that might be, I had one more slide that I took out because I was worried about time, but it was a slide that said, it was by Kay Redfield Jamison, and it said, the gap between what we know and what we do is lethal. And I just think it is so critical that we ensure that what we know results in doing. So thank you so much for your attention today. And just thanking my collaborators of almost 40 years and the children and families, grad students. I mean, as those of you who do this work know, it does take a village. We couldn't do it alone. And so I just wanted to acknowledge that. Thank you all for listening.
Thank you, Dr. Sherry Toth. I think we'll now turn it over to Dr. Melissa Osborne to talk about safe care.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Garcia. My name is Melissa Osborne, and I'm a clinical assistant professor in the School of Nursing at Georgia State in Atlanta. Like many of my colleagues here today, I started my career working in CPS investigations, and then I spent many years at the National Safe Care Training and Research Center. So I'm very excited to talk to you today about safe care. I'm going to start with an overview of the program, and then we'll get into some of the research. Safe care is a behaviorally based curriculum, so it's skills based, and it's specifically for parents with children ages 0 to 5. It is implemented in child welfare settings, but also in prevention settings like public health departments and through the criminal justice system. So a wide range there. It's an 18-session program, and those 18 sessions are part of 3 modules. So there's 6 sessions in each module. So it's shorter than other programs that are sometimes delivered over the course of a year or several years. Safe care can be delivered in about 3 to 5 months, and it's delivered in the home setting. And since the pandemic, some of those sessions have even happened virtually. The safe care providers were very creative in finding ways to continue delivering services to families even throughout the pandemic. The sessions are about 60 to 90 minutes each, and they take place about a week apart. And it's a highly structured program with fidelity monitoring, but it is flexible in its delivery. So it depends on the parent's initial skills and then their skill acquisition along the way. I mentioned that we have 3 modules that are 6 sessions each. And so this is how each module is structured. The first session is an assessment session, so that gives the safe care provider a chance to see where the parent is starting with that particular module. And then sessions 2 through 5 are training sessions. And the structure for each session has a structure of explain, model, and practice and feedback. And then session 6 is another assessment session. So the provider can see how far the parent has come and if there are any things that they still haven't mastered. These are the 3 modules, and I'm going to give just a brief snapshot of what the goal is of each of those modules, and then I'll go into a little more in depth into each of these. So the first is the parent-child interaction or parent-infant interaction, depending on the age of the child. And the goal here is to support the parent in mastering specific interaction skills with their children, including skills for structuring daily living activities and play activities. The next module is home safety. The goal there is to support the parent in identifying and removing home safety hazards and to provide appropriate supervision. And then child health, the goal of child health is to support the parent in promoting health through prevention and also making systematic health decisions when they have a sick or injured child. And these modules can be delivered in any order. So the safe care provider can assess the parent's needs and start with any of these. Now looking a little closer at the parent-child or parent-infant interaction module. The parent-infant interaction module is delivered to infants up to 18 months, and then parent-child interaction is delivered for parents of children 18 months or older. And in this module, the providers teach parents strategies to enhance their parent-child relationships. So really improving those parent-child engagements and increasing the positive engagements. They teach them to plan and organize play and daily and play activities. And then also, again, increasing those positive interactions with their children and preventing challenging child behavior. Parents particularly like that last one. So safe care providers provide resources for the families for each of these modules. And this is an example of one part of those resources that they would get in the parent-child interaction module. So this graphic is part of our child planned activities training, or what we call CPAT. And so the parents, as part of their resources that they're given during the parent-child interaction module, they would get a card like this. And it breaks up these different activities for things that you would do before, during, and at the end of a daily living or play activity. So I won't go through every one of these different items here, but you can see, before the activity, parents are taught to prepare in advance. During the activity, parents are taught things like using positive physical interaction and labeled praise. And then at the end of the activity, they're taught to wrap up and transition the child to the next activity. Next, with the home safety module, parents are taught to understand the importance of safety in the home. They're taught to identify types of hazards in the home and ways to remove those hazards. And then they're taught about the importance of supervision. So coupling this identification and elimination of home safety hazards and increased supervision is really aimed at reducing the risk of child injury in the home. And you can see in the picture I have here on the right, we have a safe care home visitor who's working on the initial assessment in the home safety module. So this would have been a session 1 with a safe care parent. And it looks like she's identified a plastic bag, which is a potential suffocation hazard in the home. So this is something that would occur during an assessment session. And this is part of the resources parents would be given in the safety module. These are the hazard categories, and they're given resources on each of these categories of safety hazards. Home visitors use the home accident prevention inventory, or what we call the HAPI, and they use this during their assessments of the home. They select 3 rooms in the home to assess for baseline and for the session 6, the final session. And they go through each of these categories and identify hazards that they see in those rooms, and then they count them up. So that's how they're assessing the number of hazards in the home. Now moving on to the health module. The health module teaches parents to keep children as healthy as possible and also to prepare for when a child is sick or injured. So they're taught how to recognize when symptoms need emergency care, need a doctor's appointment, or if they can be cared for at the home. Again, we provide materials for parents in this module, and they get a health manual that's a trusted resource for them to reference anytime their child is sick or injured and they have questions about the symptoms. This is something that they have in their home that they can easily reference. They also get forms that they can start keeping health records on for their child. Safe care providers, as part of these materials, provide parents with what we call the sick P, or the sick or injured child chart for the parent. And so this is something that the parents have to hang on to help them go step by step and really learn the skills to make decisions about what they need to do if their child exhibits symptoms of illness or if they have an injury. And so the home visitor goes through health scenarios with the parent, and they go step by step on what they would do if that scenario were to occur. We also have a broad reach. We're in 29 states across the US, and we're also implemented internationally in those countries you see in orange. But I want to bring it back to just kind of summarize how Safe Care addresses neglect. The program addresses neglect through increasing those positive interactions and teaching parents how they can increase their engagement with their children, focusing on hazard identification and supervision to keep children safe at home, and then also building skills to appropriately identify and address medical needs. So all of these important things that my colleagues have talked about that are various aspects of neglect. It is unique in that it's implemented in a variety of settings, so not just child welfare, but also preventive settings. I mentioned in public health departments and criminal justice settings. So getting this service to parents so they can learn these skills and build these skills and build on their knowledge before a report is made to child welfare. Now let's talk about the research. There are numerous studies that have shown Safe Care's efficacy and effectiveness on a variety of outcomes, including maternal depression and even provider outcomes. And that research goes back over 30 years. I'm going to focus today on the studies that most relate to neglect and that are the most recent. But if you're interested in looking at more research on Safe Care, you can visit our website, and I'll make these slides available so you can have that hyperlink available. So we have studies of Safe Care that had a comparison group compared to services as usual, and also studies or evaluation findings that looked at Safe Care families before services and then after services. So starting with the research that involved comparison groups, the most noteworthy, of course, is the study led by the late Dr. Mark Chaffin. And this study was conducted in Oklahoma with over 2,000 families who were followed over 6 years. And that study found that Safe Care reduced subsequent reports to child welfare by 26%. More recently, we have a study by Dr. Dan Whitaker, who is a co-director at the National Safe Care Training and Research Center. And this study was conducted over 4 states at 9 different sites. And this study found that compared to services as usual, Safe Care families had improved positive parenting behaviors. Now looking at research that looks at changes from pre-services to post-services, an evaluation in our Colorado implementation found that Safe Care families reduced home safety hazards by 89% from baseline to post-services. And also in Colorado, they found that families improved in their health skills and their knowledge of what to do in certain scenarios. So I mentioned that the families have to go through these health scenarios, and they found that families were almost at 100% in terms of their accuracy and in determining next steps for how to address those various health scenarios. We also have data to indicate that there are changes in neglect based on self-report measures, and that's from our studies in the UK and in Canada. And in the UK, they found that of the cases that providers said required legal intervention due to neglect concerns at baseline, almost 2/3 of them no longer required legal intervention post-services. So we have a lot of great findings, but there are certainly questions that remain and future directions with this work. One is with regard to measurement. So I mentioned that we had some data on improvements with regard to neglect based on self-report measures. But of course, this is, has the limitations of any self-reported measures. And in our work, we specifically used the mother-child neglect scale. And in the study I mentioned by Dr. Whitaker, we found that parents rated themselves very favorably at baseline. And so there really was no room for improvement. So in future work, I think we would maybe use different measures and maybe different raters as well. And then also, of course, longer follow-up. We have this study by Dr. Chaffin that had a 6-year follow-up, which is very robust. But more research is needed looking at how long those safe care families have sustained improvement over time. Most of our research just looks a few months out. And then finally, we want to look closer into different types of neglect. So are there differences for families in terms of their improvement on these skills? Does that vary by their type of neglect? And there might be a lot of overlap there, but that's something we want to look closer into in the future. And that's my contact information. I'm happy to connect with anyone, and I'll share these slides after the presentation today.
Great, thank you, Dr. Osborne. We do have some questions that are popping up in the chat room, some of which have to do with safe care in particular. So one of the questions is, how does one get certified or trained in this program? Dr. Osborne, do you have some information about required training?
Yes, so anyone who's interested can visit our website, which is nstrc.org, and I can put that in the chat. And there's information on how to get trained in safe care. But we have an implementation process. And Dr. Garcia, you spoke to the importance of this implementation process when you're getting programs off the ground. And that's something that we have worked on with our center. So we begin by having conversations with agencies about their needs and what the training process and certification process would look like for them. So it really begins at the agency level, and they go through an orientation, and we talk about the plan for implementation. And then after those initial conversations and orientation with the agency leadership, that's when the provider training starts. And each agency is required to have at least one coach for fidelity monitoring. So everyone gets trained as a safe care provider, and that's a 4-day training. And then those trainees obtain their certification. And then at that point, the person who's going to be the coach goes through their training and certification process on being a coach. And then there's continued fidelity monitoring and accreditation through our center. So I'm happy to connect with anyone who wants to know more. And I think the link is in the chat as well. That gives more information on safe care training.
Great, thank you, Dr. Osborne. Another question had to do with basically the sustained effects of safe care over time. And if I recall correctly, the effects of at least re-reports was it over a year in some of those studies that were done, Dr. Osborne?
So the Oklahoma study looked 6 years out.
6 years out, okay.
Yeah, so that's our most rigorous study, and those effects were far-reaching. In some of the more evaluation-focused work, specifically at our implementation sites, most of that just follows up a few months after completion of services. And of course, follow-up is often difficult. And so some of those more longitudinal studies are more difficult to complete.
Great, thank you. Any other questions, comments? One question that came to the surface during our presentations was how workers could potentially gain more support in determining whether an attachment-focused intervention is needed. In other words, should we train our caseworkers to become more equipped with conducting assessments for attachment and the like?
That's a critical question, and we've done a lot of training with child welfare workers at Mount Hope Family Center. My colleague Jody Manley has done a lot of training on trauma in general and the effects of trauma, and also the whole area of attachment, both for child welfare workers, for court personnel who are often making recommendations for what children and families need. So I think that training component is really critical. And I've been surprised, frankly, at how little knowledge there is often in schools, in the child welfare system, about attachment. And unfortunately, when that happens, if a child's having behavior problems, unable to engage, often the child gets blamed somehow without adequately understanding what led the child to having difficulties relating. So I think the training piece is really critical. Obviously, we're not going to try to train child welfare workers to provide an attachment theory formative intervention. In Rochester, we have a pretty great system in place where they contract with other providers who are able then to provide that. The key is getting the referrals, and we've actually been quite successful interfacing with our child welfare system and having them, really identify children and families in need of those interventions.
Great, thank you. Any other questions or comments?
I had another comment that I think I didn't adequately put out there, but most of our interventions are home-based. So we actually do go out into the families' homes, unlike expecting them to come into the clinic. Dr. Osborne, I loved your work around the safety assessment. I think our paraprofessionals, particularly on our Building Healthy Children program, do that, though not as formally as what you have in place. So that would be great to learn more about that as well, I think.
Dr. Osborne, can you address this issue of, does safe care intervention exclude parents with substance use problems? That would seem like a pretty big subset of the neglect population.
Yes. What typically we do not advise people to use the program with parents with untreated substance use disorder, because the program doesn't really focus on those aspects. Now, we do have research in family drug courts. And so those are parents who are involved in the criminal justice system and have, had issues with substance use disorder, but then they get this, they get the referral to safe care in addition to other services that they're provided with. And Dr. Kate Guastafaro is very well versed and has led a lot of that efforts along with Dr. Whitaker.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? One question that kind of surfaced too was, what is the optimal implementation climate? And that's a question that I've been trying to grapple with in my own research as of late. And what I can say from interviewing, leaders and stakeholders and, caseworkers involved in responding to reports of abuse and neglect is that leadership matters. Leadership has to be on board with whatever is being implemented. Usually in my own research, I don't select the intervention. The leaders, the providers are the experts in terms of what needs to be implemented and what the issues of concern are. I sort of go in and approach it with the intention of how can I support you in your efforts to implement XYZ. But in that process, what I'm hearing is that they need more resources to assess whether or not they have the capacity and are ready and prepared to implement XYZ. And along those lines, do they have program champions? One of the biggest motivators or facilitators are indeed program champions. So those folks who are research savvy and are on board with XYZ intervention and can convince their colleagues to get on board is really compelling and moves the needle forward in terms of making sure that these interventions are scaled up and that all populations, regardless of background, actually receive them. So just a little bit of information about, how do we really engage systems and organizations to implement interventions that we know address neglect. So, any other questions?
Dr. Garcia, you in your talk also talked about feasibility, sustainability, and so forth, and you talked about the need for optimization. Could you speak a little bit about that and maybe a little guidance on how one might start thinking about the optimization of an intervention?
The optimization in terms of reference to what?
It was one of your slides when you were talking about how to make sure that interventions are accessible to
Yes.
to the whole systems and what we could do better with our interventions.
Right. Yeah. So I basically the leadership and the program champion piece I think are critical. But even before that process, thinking about whether the interventions match or align with the complexity of the needs that our clients are facing. Dr. Osborne made this point very, very clear. Safe care does not address parental drug use. So how do you couple safe care with other interventions that address this other concern, and at the same time, as a leader, as an organization, how do you grapple with that? If you're really trying to assess the rigor of an implementation study, how do you disentangle this subset of clients who need, access to substance abuse treatment versus those who are really ready to engage in safe care? And how do you tease that out? So in terms of optimization, that's sort of what I'm referring to there. It's making sure that there are ample interventions and services that are available to address the complex needs of the parents who interface with child welfare. Does that make sense, Dr. Knoll?
I have a question. Hi, can I ask a question? Yeah, so I think we all know that very often engaging parents in services is tough for lots of reasons. And I'm curious to what extent motivational interviewing or the principles of motivational interviewing are being taught and practiced in child welfare around the country. Any thoughts on its application here?
We actually had a study that we did with adolescent girls with histories of maltreatment, and the initial component that we utilized with that was motivational interviewing, with the recognition that if we couldn't get buy-in right out of the gate, that it was going to be a failure. And we found that was quite effective. The other thing that I was going to say was, I think increasingly we need to hear the voices of the participants that we're hoping to involve. And really, we've been doing more and more around focus groups and trying to meet with possible participants before we, finalize our flyers and before we really decide what we're doing, because you know, just because you build it, they may not want to come. And especially if you build it in a way that is not going to meet their needs. We find a huge engagement strategy for us, given the extensive needs of the families that we work with, is really starting out dealing with those concrete needs and understanding them and trying to really, that whole Building Healthy Children program that I talked about, a big part of that was paraprofessional outreach, individuals who live in the same neighborhoods as the individuals that we're working with, who understand what those neighborhoods are like, who aren't afraid to go out into those neighborhoods. And that relationship, that early relationship, I think then enables the families to feel more comfortable, more trusting, and then we can try to incorporate some of the more, for lack of a better word, psychologically based kinds of interventions.
Yeah. Someone asked in the chat if I'm supportive of motivational interviewing. Yes, I think so. I mean, we've learned certainly in medical, in healthcare, that so much of what we recommend does not pan out. We've been slow learners, but and so it makes sense, rather than the traditional hierarchical model of telling people what to do, to instead forge a partnership, hear what they think is important, and that way, hopefully they at least partly own the plan, and it's more likely to pan out. So I think the principles make a lot of sense, and there's some good research supporting it.
I will add that we used motivational interviewing in one of our safe care studies that was specifically targeted to dads, and that was a technology-assisted program. And so we included the motivational interviewing principles with tailored feedback as part of the tech component.
Thank you.
Interesting. Well, thank you all for an engaging panel. I believe our hour is up. Again, thank you, and I look forward to hearing from others as well.
All right. Sorry, I was having trouble unmuting myself again. So that brings us to our final panel of the day, recommendations for next steps. I do want to alert folks that unfortunately Dr. Reeb was ill today and could not be with us. So we will go ahead and start the panel with Dr. John Fluke. And then in my remarks at the end, I'm going to interject some things that I think Rebecca would have said if she could have been here today, and hope that I can fill those shoes. So I will turn this over to John.
Thank you very much, Melissa. Hopefully I can get my screen sharing working. So is that working for everyone?
Looks good.
Okay, thank you. I'm John Fluke with the Kemp Center and the Department of Pediatrics at the University of Colorado School of Medicine. And I've been engaged in studies of child maltreatment epidemiology, child welfare decision-making, and the study of child welfare systems over a pretty long career, longer than I probably care to get into at this point. But I really want to thank the organizers for my being included in this information exchange today, and the value of it, and just acknowledge the incredibly useful presentations that have been made. It's really nice to be able to assess where we are with this critical concern, and there are so many promising developments and so many gaps in our knowledge and capacity, though, that I think the the need for additional research and work in this area is kind of overwhelming. So what I wanted to talk about today was related to my orientation to this topic, which is in relationship to child welfare and child protection as a system. And, as I think many of the other presentations make clear, neglect and its prevention is a concern that sort of extends beyond and outside of any formal system. And it has a lot of broad implications for our society. But I'm not going to talk about that. I think we're now in a situation where we're faced with the prospect of potentially abolishing the child welfare system. And this discussion is really more oriented towards its reform. Undifferentiated neglect, as we know, is the single largest presenting condition that drives the dynamics of the existing system. And my fundamental interest in thinking about neglect is understanding how we can improve the way that the child welfare system itself interacts with children and families at a policy level. So I want to illustrate this with two examples of some ideas that I think are promising and that integrate with some of the concepts that are related to decision-making within the field. So I want to talk first a bit about screening and some work that we've been involved in referred to as the screening threshold analysis. State rates of screening in referrals are highly variable. They range from about 16% of all referrals to 98%, with an average of about 54%. And assessments used at the intake point in a child protection system are based mostly on policy, but some predictive models. The other key point there is that racial inequities are most pronounced at this point in the child welfare process. I'm pretty well convinced from the research on disparities and referrals to child protection that they're multi-causal and primarily a function of poverty. But to be clear, I also think that's driven by historical racism, structural racism, urban-rural differences, and to a more limited degree, white privilege and bias. But some questions I have with respect to that. There's some, we know in general, with some important exceptions, that the further we move along the continuum of decisions in the child welfare system, that disparities tend to disappear. So the most potentially impactful leverage point, I believe, are initial screening decisions. So can we reduce racial inequities by changing our approach and thinking differently about screening decisions? So instead of focusing on just what families to screen in, can we do a better job of keeping families out? And can we consider how structural factors that interact with poverty and race can be leveraged in screening decisions to reduce disparities? And what kinds of evidence could we use to help with that? So this is based on some work that originally started in New Zealand by the authors that are described here. I'd recommend this article. It's absolutely fascinating. Most of the motivation for this work originally were issues that were related to resource utilization in the system in New Zealand. But one of the key ingredients of that were the development of an approach to kind of defining decisional outcomes with respect to screening in the system in New Zealand. And so what they were essentially doing was identifying what they referred to as true positives, false negatives, and true negatives with respect to the screening decision. I'm going to reference the decision-making ecology, which is a framework that we use to try to understand a bit about decision-making in child welfare, and focus particularly on aspects of outcomes. So just to reorient people to this concept, we have essentially a fourfold expectation with respect to decisional outcomes. One can get into a lot of detail with respect to what these kinds of things mean, but what I want to emphasize is the idea that because maltreatment occurs at a rate of less than 50% with respect to the amount of instances that are identified for either service needs or for substantiation and victimization, that always yields a situation where the most common error is going to be a false positive error. And that's certainly true in terms of screening decisions. In other words, these would be errors where we took action, but perhaps didn't need to. This particular representation is a baseline set of data that was derived from the Toronto Catholic Services Association, which is one of the many agencies in the province of Ontario that provides child protective services. And what I wanted to point out in particular, just to fix ideas, is that they're screening in about 77% of the cases that they take referrals on. And indeed, as expected, the false positive rate is the greatest error, that is screened in, the response not confirmed, compared to the false negative errors, which are screened out. We can argue about terminology. These are, pretty common terms that are utilized to describe some of these phenomena. But I think the important point here is that indeed, this system, like any other system that we've looked at with regard to these sorts of indicators, is always going to be heavily weighted in terms of false positive error. So what we're thinking about is the idea of trying to utilize a continuous quality improvement approach, which basically has to do with the idea of setting up baselines, moving that into the identification of potentially things like race-based structural factors that might exist in the population of interest, looking at those structural factor subpopulations in the data through the agency's administrative data system, assessing whether or not those outcomes can be modified in terms of screening criteria and what the potential impact would be of modifying those screening criteria, determining what specific policies to change, implementing that change, and evaluating those changes in relationship to the baseline. And this is an example from the Ontario CCAS agency in terms of a process that they undertook to do just that. They implemented what they referred to as Afrocentric wraparound in 2018. And they also presented data to the Toronto Catholic District School Board in order to identify that as a population that they were concerned about from the point of view of families that were coming into the system with relatively high false positive rates. So the school district was urged to adjust its reporting accordingly. And what resulted was a shift in terms of the level at which false positives were identified within the system. Their specificity with regard to that particular report source tends to still be a problem, but most important, what we observed was that the false negative rates were actually maintained. So in other words, safety wasn't compromised. And I think this is an important point to bring up about this particular approach. It doesn't assume that we can improve false negatives. It basically just assumes that we might be able to do something about false positives. So just some reflections. So decisional outcomes are not gold standards. So there are some unintended consequences that are certainly possible. The identification of these populations is really problematic in the sense that sometimes we don't have adequate data to be able to identify populations that might be appropriate sorts of targets for this sort of thing. These are problems that could potentially be addressed through improvements in the information system and through other types of studies. But the whole point is really to look at an incrementalist and gradual change process that remains evidence informed throughout. And then finally, there may be pushback from safety-focused advocates who believe, that the agency, by adjusting its screening threshold, is actually placing children at greater risk. And that's something that really does need to be addressed. The metric that is being suggested here may or may not be entirely adequate to alleviate those types of concerns. So I wanted to talk about one other example, which is the differential response systems and the issues that are associated with those. Differential response is a relatively common policy within the United States. Somewhat less than half of states have some sort of differential response, defined as a situation where an assignment is made to an alternative response at the point of initial screening, and the case is identified as low risk and moved into an alternative response approach. There have been a lot of evaluations over the years that have suggested that families respond well to those types of interventions compared to families who don't experience that type of approach or response from a CPS agency. And there's also been a fair bit of evidence to suggest that safety doesn't appear to be compromised under those circumstances. But there is also a lot of controversy, and again, sort of that pendulum between child safety versus family preservation focused advocates within the community may determine whether or not those interventions remain in place. Some recent research that we've been involved in, we've been looking at rates of re-reporting from a systems perspective. What we found was that overall rates of alternative responses were associated with lower re-reporting, and that when we had an initial response that was an investigation, the higher rates of alternative response utilization in various jurisdictions throughout the country were associated with lower numbers of re-reports. But as you might expect, if the AR was the initial response, we found that higher rates of utilization were associated with greater numbers of re-reports. But on balance, the overall level of re-reporting was reduced in those jurisdictions, coinciding with their increased use of alternative response. And then this other study that I want to mention involves the use of what's referred to as a difference in difference analysis, which is a type of quasi-experimental design that compares the timeline trajectory, in this case comparing the experiences of different states to one another. In that study, we looked at states that had implemented differential response compared to states that had not. And what was found there was that there was no difference in overall reporting between those jurisdictions, but there was about a 19% reduction in victimization levels, and importantly, a 25% reduction in victimization levels for neglect. And then also in terms of the effects of utilization policy on out-of-home care, this finding was a bit surprising to us. We don't necessarily think of differential response as having an immediate impact on removals. But as you can see, the finding that we had there was that neglect victims had exhibited about a 17% reduction in placement events for children who were identified as victims of neglect. So just some questions, are services that can prevent or treat neglect readily available in communities? I think this is a big question that's been raised by this group from the standpoint of what needs to be done. We have this concept of engagement enabling policy. I know, we discussed motivational interviewing on the last session. Differential response is also a type of engagement enabling policy. The concept is that carrots work better than sticks. Can policies that facilitate that increase service uptake when most agencies have no way to require families to seek additional services? Issues related to the risk tolerance associated with errors and the extent to which communities want to avoid certain types of errors more than they want to avoid others. Does that create pushback in terms of applying sort of evidence-framed approaches to making system adjustments? Does that make that process more complicated from the standpoint of how we might be able to implement policies that might be effective at both mitigating and reducing the rate at which families might be involved in the system unnecessarily, or perhaps necessarily in the case of AR, where what we're really interested in is having a greater likelihood that families might be involved in utilizing some of the services that we think would be valuable for them. And then finally, should CPS systems respond to neglect in a different way like DR, or ultimately, do we need a completely different system? I'm gonna stop there and turn back to Melissa to bring in our next presenter.
Thank you. Okay. Dr. Merritt, I will turn it over to you to introduce yourself and present.
Hi, everybody. It's nice to see my esteemed colleagues here. I'm going to try to share my screen and hope that there's not a problem, because generally there is. And 1 second here. Slideshow. 1 second. There we are. Taking forever. Okay. Can you see it? Yes, wonderful. Okay, sorry about that delay. Let me start from the beginning. Okay, so I'm Darcy Merritt. I am an associate professor at the New York University School of Social Work. I'm really happy to be here for this ongoing conversation. I'm going to do something shocking and share some qualitative data for everybody that really so many folks have already touched on all of the nuts and bolts and the context, but I'm just going to share what I've learned from my respondents with regard to their lived experiences. So all of my efforts incorporate a social justice lens. So my work really seeks to advance the conversation in the child welfare field in a manner that acknowledges inherent systemic racism and structural racism within the child welfare system, which I believe we cannot disentangle. So I approach all of my inquiries intentionally and reflective based on my intersection and positionality as a Black mother. So much of my work suggests a need for us to change the narrative about child neglect, particularly around families who have been financially disenfranchised. So the impact that I would hope to have happen is that we think about child welfare impacted parents and children in terms of their lived experiences and center those experiences. And most importantly, acknowledge that as a form of part of the empirical evidence base. So this is what my work posits as a rationale for considering parental intentions, which many of us have already touched on. But I'm looking at parental intentions in the context of threats such as racialized poverty, related family surveillance. So that's all of what I just said for that slide. So the questions that I was asked to address are to discuss the experiences of parents investigated for neglect, with an emphasis on opportunities to improve the quality of parent-system interactions, and what can we learn from parent perspectives on how to improve engagement and uptake prevention and intervention services when children experience or are at risk for neglect. So towards that end, I'm going to be presenting empirical data from the qualitative phases of my NICHD R21 study, which is designed to elicit the decision-making processes regarding neglect and related to CPS oversight. I'm starting with my preferred new term for CPS, calling it child poverty surveillance. And I'll follow that by a slide of numbers and then couch the data that I'm going to present in terms of 3 domains of loss that I've deemed that occur to the parents that are impacted, and that's dignity, power, and voice. And then I'll quickly highlight some opportunities for repair. The last bullet regarding preferring not to engage with CPS at all. I mean, I don't think any of the parents, at least not the ones that I've interviewed, have wanted to engage with CPS at all. So in terms of improving it, I don't know what that would look like. However, they have shared ways in which they could be supported without such stigma and other harms of the punitive surveillance. I'll back up a little bit and tell you I have years of experience as a practitioner in private foster and adoption agencies in Los Angeles many years ago. And I became really dismayed by the lack of voice of parents who were being served, so to speak, by CPS. And so that's what really got me into this work, which I'm hoping to actually research myself out of the need to do this research. So CAPTA, this landmark legislation established, as most of us know, the modern child welfare system with the federal definitions of child abuse and neglect. It essentially established the grounds for such research to be funded, but it also started the criminalization, in my opinion, of families' needs rather than the creation of family supports. It focused on child abuse and neglect without challenging the larger context of discriminatory policies and practices, and specifically the legacy of white supremacy within systems, or seeking to build support for children and families regardless of their race. So I'm wondering, what is it that we're actually doing? Are we saving children from harm, or are we saving children from the harm of poverty? I think we need to be clear on this. We all know that we're not considering intentionality. When we do, it gets quite murky. So I think there's a lot for us to tease out. So if child protective services are protecting children from harm, and the bulk of the children are primarily served due to their low economic status, then what are we saving them from? And do we need to continue stigmatizing them and essentially blaming them for being poor? So, because living in poverty is unintentional, so poverty-related neglect is also unintentional. So maltreatment reports continue to rise, reaching about 3.8 million last I looked, which is a couple of days ago in recent years. Among the substantiated and indicated maltreatment allegations, American Indian and Alaska Native children have the highest rate of victimization at about 15.5 per 1,000 kids. Black children have the second highest rate. Clearly, we all know they're substantially overrepresented, 21.1 versus 13.7 in the general child population. Their victimization rate is 13.2 per 1,000 kids. White children are underrepresented and with a rate of 7.4 victimization rate, and Latinx children are also underrepresented, and their rate of victimization is 7.8. We know that the bulk of the kids that are served by the child CPS system, it's due to neglect, 76.1%, followed by physical abuse, sexual abuse, and other forms of neglect. Interestingly, of the 37% of kids that are investigated writ large, 13% of those are substantiated, which speaks to the last presentation and what are we doing about the erroneous determinations. So no one intends to experience poverty, as I said, and no one intends to experience racism, but these are directly related to CPS oversight, and we can't get around that. And I feel like we just all need to just embrace that as a notion, and then we can figure out what to do about mitigating the impact of that. Parenting behaviors need to be always assessed as a function of available resources and supports, and in the context of histories, intergenerational histories of structural discrimination and environmental contexts. CPS oversight can be very stigmatizing, and it sends the take-home message to families that family surveillance is needed because you're a poor minority. Again, these are accounts and these are sentiments that I've learned from the many, many moms that I've interviewed for many hours. Again, CPS is not intended to mitigate the impact of poverty at first. The processes are by design oppressive. Just having someone come in and tell you that you're doing it wrong. Here are the reasons why you're doing it wrong, without first considering why, what happened to you that you can't do it the way I tell you to do it or the way I think you should do it. And I'm not talking about egregious intentional neglect and sexual abuse or physical abuse. I'm talking about all of the forms of neglect that are due to contextual situations and circumstances that are outside the control of the families. So it's punitive by nature, and I'm wondering how we can actually arrive at some alternatives to that first touch, because any touch of an investigation is a traumatic touch. So it matters not to me whether there's, one visit or two visits or three visits. The first visit is traumatic because families amongst the community that I live in know very well what that means when CPS shows up at your door. And the threat is just incredibly traumatic. And it can go on because now one is on a list. So I'm going to discuss a little bit this concept of the notion of racialized poverty. So the intersection of these populations of color and those of low socioeconomic status, it does indeed result in systems over surveillance by virtue of them attending low resource school districts or living in low resource communities or in shelters and things like that. And this over surveillance is coupled with judgments regarding their actual risk for maltreatment and or neglect. So this intersection can be understood as racialized poverty in this country and is specifically associated with Black African-American families involuntarily living in this poverty, and they're suffering systemic oppression based on the skin they live in. I'm going to be talking a lot about Black families because those are the families that I study. I'm certain that this plays out in other minoritized populations as well. So I think it's critical that we acknowledge that these experiences with poverty are actually intensified by structural racism. And this includes the mandating reporting processes that we all have to adhere to. And there seems to be a dearth of scholarship, at least meaningful scholarship, that enables, that examines CPS surveillance, particularly on Black families and related to historical intergenerational histories of oppression and racialized poverty. And racialized poverty, essentially, it shapes the negative perception of historically disenfranchised populations that are seeking or in need of more equitable supports, mindful of their marginalized context. And so these perceptions are embedded in the institutional procedures and policies and all the bodies that are responsible for protecting children, and they actually inform the actualization of such surveillance. So I call the impact, the sad impact, the three legs of troubled impact. And that speaks to dignity, power, and voice. So evidence from my studies show that Black CPS impacted moms indicate that they experience a lack of dignity, power, and voice. And through my many interviews with them, I've learned that this is harmful for families with histories of diminished control and oppression. It strains parent relationships, child relationships, and it's associated with enormous stakes of family disruption. And it also impacts family dynamics, their idea of what well-being looks like, their sense of autonomy, and their sense of empowerment. The power dynamics are really problematic, and they result in this loss of dignity and voice. And there's a clear imbalance between those in positions of judgment and the CPS impacted parents that are under scrutiny. You notice I say CPS impacted because my parents have told me that they prefer not to be referred to as CPS involved because they did not voluntarily involve for the most part. They're impacted. And so parent-child relationships are severely strained due to the enormous stakes of this disruption and due to non-compliance. If anything goes wrong, the threat of having your children removed is looming constantly. And it's pretty hard to focus and cope and do what one needs to do under those circumstances. So many of my parent respondents have expressed feeling mistreated and unfairly judged based on their race and ethnicity, stigmatized and shamed in their communities due to the oversight. They've been unable to expose their children to the better things in life or those good experiences or those healthy, safe stimulating home environments that we all want for our children, reading books at home, these types of things. They've experienced intimidation and generally speaking are overwhelmed. As one of my mom respondents noted, she said, they just dictate what needs to be done. And they felt like they were being stereotyped that parents of color are bad, essentially. What I'm going to do next is share some data. It's qualitative data, and there's a lot of quotes, and it can be very disturbing. So I'll just forewarn you. And I'm not going to read it to you, but you all can read, and you can just glance at it and let it digest. This first broken leg, these are quotes that refer to the loss of dignity. We have parents that can't wash their clothes. They have to have washer and dryer in their schools. There was a mom who was donating blood to feed her children, and CPS did not believe her and thought she was using drugs, but she was donating blood in order to feed her kids. Another mom who was resilient, and that strength is she was purchasing food, frozen food, because it's cheaper and it lasts longer, but was admonished by the caseworker because she didn't have fresh food. So I try to pull out the strengths that the parents note to me. How are they getting through all of this? We don't do that. We generally look at all of this from a deficit lens, and we just talk about prevalence numbers and rates and things like this. And we're not trying to figure out, well, what's working well for your families? There's another few examples of the loss of dignity. I can actually identify with the very first quote because I have a biracial child, and I was actually stopped on the street and asked who I was nannying for when he was tiny and white with blue eyes. But imagine being told that's not your baby and having your child taken from you while you were in the midst of breastfeeding. I'm sure Dr. Dubowitz can understand that trauma. The third quote was a mom who was spent many, many years from age 11 to 21 in foster care herself and found herself on the streets doing sex work in order to take care of her needs. So the power dynamics, again, it's enormous. These parents don't have the authority to speak up and say, no, this is why I'm doing this, because there are protocols and there are expectations from middle-class Eurocentric mindsets of this is what it should look like. And I'm not at all saying that we don't need to be concerned about the real risk of people being harmed and people dying due to neglect. But there are so many families that aren't in those situations. And once the knock comes on the door is when the trouble starts, and it continues. Here are some quotes about the lack of voice. And a lot of my work is developed from when my practice life, when I realized that people's voices weren't being included in the literature at all. And particularly not from scholars that look like me, that look like the community. So I know that was probably disturbing, but there are some opportunities that we can think of. We can think of what fruitful pathways there are specifically for Black families in terms of the system and the language. And I'm not going to get provocative and talk about abolish and upend and all this stuff, because my mission is let's figure out how to do it right, but we need to understand what we're doing first that's wrong. And so I don't even like the term system. I prefer for it to be called child and family well-being support. That's what we need to do. We've got 76% of the people due to neglect. The other group of folks, yes, there needs to be some sort of protective system involved for those families and those children. But how are we supporting or not supporting these families that are experiencing neglect for reasons that are completely outside of their control? And how do we empower parents? How do we like engage them in the work and center their voices and pay attention to their strengths? Ask them, what are your ideas about well-being for your family? So I've been, thankfully, a lot of my work now is moving towards including the parents. So I'm doing some work. I did a book conversation, and then I've based on my moms, and I've met another few moms, and they're involved with me in my current research projects from start to finish. You tell me what's wrong. And what they've told me is they needed to know resources, information at the front end when somebody was knocking on the door. They needed to know their rights when their child was being taken from the classroom and brought into another room and stripped and inspected. They needed to know rights when they went to the emergency room because their kid fell off a slide and they were blamed for doing something to their kid because they're not being believed. And so they don't have the information, they don't have the resources to advocate for themselves. So that's what most of the moms have told me they need. So we're working on some intervention type processes and protocols that can address that, can empower parents. I'm very excited about that. So the take home message that I think we need to consider is we need to be clear on what we're actually trying to do. What is our mission and what is our vision? Are we here just to document things? Are we here to actually marry these stories with what we're finding with the data, with the analyses, with the findings and the results? We need to figure out how to marry that more seamlessly. And at all times when we are doing our research and designing our studies and interpreting the findings and disseminating the findings, we need to look around the room and see who's there and do our best to make sure that there are impacted folks with lived experiences in the room. There are many birth parent advocacy groups popping up now all over the country. And I've heard from some moms that they've been harmed in these settings when they're going to these spaces by things they're hearing. And I just want all of us to be just mindful of who's in the room when we're sharing out these findings. And then somehow we need to link with legislators and policymakers, but they need to have all of the evidence, including the lived experiences and the qualitative data. And some of you know, I grew up a quantitative researcher, but my questions changed and I had to move into mixed methods, as one should. So this is my take home message. I just think that we can do a better job. And that's all I have to say. I'm really grateful to be here. And I always give appreciation to the moms who share with me their stories. It's traumatic for me. I suffer trauma myself, and even interviewing the moms.
So thank you very much for two very impactful presentations around possibilities of prevention and intervention and the importance of centering family voice as we move forward to think about different opportunities, ways to do things differently. And so thank you to you both. I was originally charged with sort of just talking a little bit about overall, because one of our speakers was unable to be with us. I have a few brief thoughts, but then I'm just going to turn it over to sort of summarizing the day, just so that Rebecca's some of the thoughts around policy and definitions are sort of included in the recording for folks and available for thoughts. So I'm going to do that real quick. It's not going to be super long, and then we can get right into questions and comments. So I am going to try and do this. Okay, whoops, sorry. It's a dilemma of two screens. My apologies, I'm sorry. Okay. All right, is that one right? Okay, so just a few thoughts about characterizations in policy. So Rebecca's done a lot of work, and I'm not going to do justice to it in thinking about definitions. I just want to highlight that in some cases, states actually are thinking about how to differentiate in policy. And I'm just showing you an example from Connecticut where it actually specifically says, other than being impoverished, not all states do this. This seems like low-hanging fruit in many ways, but anything that we do around definitions, in my opinion, is only as good as the training that we provide. And so written definitions are great, but if we don't train sentinels and folks who are talking to families and assessing risk, we won't even know whether it's a policy that's guiding our practice in screening and assessment, or whether it's actually people's interpretations or biases or need for information. We keep asking reporters how they feel about reporting, but there is very, very, very little attention in the research literature at all in how we train people about what maltreatment is and is not. And I think there's even less that is contextualized so that we understand, well, you know, a doctor's going to see a different part of a family than a neighbor or a teacher. And how do we contextualize these trainings so that, to John's point, and even to Darcy's point as well, that we actually have an understanding of what we're talking about. Data on services and outcomes are important. It has to be repeated as policies and systems change. So if we start implementing some of these policy changes, if we're talking about tracking different ways of doing business, we need to reevaluate continuously what our outcomes are for our children and families, so that we are basing our information on the most current qualitative and quantitative data that can guide continual improvements. From a policy perspective, we currently lack a systematic means of tracking policy changes over time. So SCANS is a new policies database. It's a great start for child welfare, but as it currently is conceptualized, it only has current policies, so you can't really go backwards and forwards in time yet. But this is an example of something that can be done, but it also needs to be done across systems. So several people have touched on the fact that families have multiple needs. They may encounter multiple systems. If we don't understand the policies that gate those various systems and services, it's very difficult to know at what point it's access or presence or quality that we're dealing with in terms of improving outcomes. We also need to know, if a family gets services, what happens? We have a tendency to sort of drop off the cliff, and we talk about like the initial encounter, but then we don't really understand what services might have preceded contact with the various systems, and how those experiences might frame engagement and resources. And we don't really know how poverty at the family and community levels may impact diversion from CPS as well as intervention following. So to Darcy's point about the historical context of racism, we actually don't know, for example, how community changes if a community wraps themselves around the idea of desegregation and resource access and stuff at the community level. We don't know how much that will divert families, and that would be an important question to answer. This is just an example. We talk a lot about data, and this is not, I'm not putting this up here as a great example, but what I do want to note in this, without getting into the weeds of what's on this table, is that one thing we can think about, sometimes we talk about child protection as potentially a gateway to services if we did it right? If we had the referrals available, and we see some indication of this. So this is a study we did where we looked at whether or not somebody that had a first report had a second report, whether or not somebody had a second report had a third report, et cetera. And one of the things you might notice is here, now this is in the old days when it was AFDC, now it would be TANF, obviously. But at baseline, it was sort of an indicator of poverty, but a lot of families that got services afterwards, these numbers below 1 actually means we brought the risk down. So parent mental health treatment was bringing the risk down. Child mental health treatment was bringing the risk down of recurrence. So again, this has a lot of limitations. Data systems, we can't always tell the quality, right? So sometimes indicator of mental health diagnosis might be more reflective of a problem than actual services. But if we can improve our data and link our data when we make changes to systems and when we bring to bear better resources, we would be able to track these things better and then be able to take this back to communities, for example, and say, hey, this is how your families are tracking through these systems. This is what's going on. What do you see as a community through your eyes? How can we do a better job? Because that's one of the things people, not only do we need to bring people's voice of experiences to our data talks, but we also need to bring data back to the community and allow communities to have access to these things so that they can bring to bear better ideas for the future. In particular, I think we need to understand the spillover effects of poverty and material needs intervention. If we have the opportunity to study economic intervention, we should start being sure that we're measuring spillover impacts on family functioning. COVID has brought this to the fore for a lot of us because there were those COVID relief checks sent out. We need to understand what forms of such interventions impact not just the number of families, but who might contact child welfare. But if this varies by type, does neglect go way down compared to other things? And then for those families, when those needs have been met, who still come to the attention of the system, we're going to be better able to isolate and focus on their needs. This should include community level change. I mentioned that before, so I'm not going to obsess about it, but there's been relatively few studies that have included the impact of where I live on what happens to me. And so we need to think about measuring that, disentangling family level and community level poverty. And when we make changes, we also need to think about intergenerational effects. So what I do for a family today may then either help or hinder what happens to that family long term and those children and how they parent. And we're not very good at doing that. So we're not very good at following sort of this longitudinal outcome process. And I think that would greatly assist our ability to serve families. And so again, thank you very much. I am sure Rebecca would have done a much better job. And so my apologies to her. And just sort of overall reflections on the theme of the day. I think a lot of us are talking, there's some common themes that we need to get much better in this country about thinking about family support. Right. So where you live or are born should not dictate your life circumstances or your ability to parent. And we don't really have that kind of safety net system. And we need the data both from the qualitative side as well as the quantitative, the economic stuff, the medical stuff to bring to bear to say, hey, if you invest in families, we could be doing so much better. We also hear some themes about the promise of prevention and intervention, that we're learning about the evidence base to address families' needs when those come to our attention, and we don't often have the data we need to understand scale up or effects or who something works for or when, and that would be an important next step. John brought in some things internationally, for example. There are other models and ways of doing things. There are numerous different approaches that we know that are going on. I think Cherie mentioned that sometimes things don't get into the evidence space because of the metrics that are used for a given list. Well, it's important that we pick up information about those things. we need to get better at having a menu of services that both divert people away from child welfare and then also effectively intervene. And we need to start thinking about this as we talk a lot about multidisciplinary issues and teams and things. We haven't really gotten super good at thinking through how that works on the ground and handoffs between disciplines and what, what a doctor sees and then what is the best avenue for engaging with that family. Is it going to lay at the feet of the pediatrician who somebody mentioned only has just a few minutes in the day? Or is it much more realistic that we need a solid, good connection to other kinds of supports and services that don't require the burden of somebody who doesn't have the time in one system to set aside their ability to function economically in their job or leave the family disconnected with sort of a referral list that doesn't really have that warm handshake and that engagement that's necessary to better assist families. And then I think Darcy brought up something interesting too, is just information. We heard in COVID, during the COVID crisis, a lot about the digital divide. There is so much about resources for parenting and family life that if you don't have a computer, and access to those data, it's super hard to find now. What we used to have in the yellow pages, as flawed as those were, are gone. And so the other issue is, in order for there to be something which a colleague, Gautam Yadama, defines as effective demand. In other words, families coming forward to be able to effectively lobby policymakers for the services that they need to know what's possible. So knowing what's possible is power, and knowing where to find those resources are important. And not only is that a problem for our families, it's also a problem oftentimes for our workers in the field. Quick access to information about best practices. So, but that is the end of my summary. And Dr. Dubrowitz, I see a hand.
I think we need another 4 hours. Everyone okay with that? So much to say. And I just want to ask the group actually about the issue of framing neglect in a fundamentally different way. And I'm sorry if I missed it, if someone did raise this. But instead of blaming parents, I know where it all follows from state law, etc., federal law, but instead focusing on what are important basic needs, and in other countries, rights of children, is, in my view, just such a good opportunity to have a very different and more constructive frame. I've never in 40 years said to a parent, this is what you're doing wrong. Now, I've been around the block and I recognize how things might get perceived, and obviously CPS, many would say rightly, has quite a stigma attached to it. But after all these years, I'm stubbornly sticking to the notion that most parents want the best for their kids, and stuff gets in the way. And so it offers an opportunity to frame it in a way that I think can, in my experience, often does resonate with parents. This is what I want for your kid. This is what I'm concerned about. How can we get there? What do you think?
Are you asking, or Dr. Dubrowitz, are you asking me to comment on that?
Anyone? You too.
Nice to see you, by the way, on this side of the world. I only see you overseas. I don't have all of the answers. All I'm doing is reporting what the moms are telling me are their experiences. I don't think that anybody here has poor intentions. Just like it strikes me that we are quick to say we don't intentionally mean to harm parents, yet we inadvertently penalize parents for unintentionally being unable to care for their children. So it's a systemic issue. It is definitely steeped in systemic and structural racism, as are all of our systems. And I think if we can just acknowledge that and then figure out, well, how can we, I think it's got to have a more nuanced approach is what I think. And I don't have the answer because I'm sitting in a square with you all. So I think we just need to keep trying with better mindfulness of the impact of even the research that we conduct and the way in which we talk about families. I don't think that answered your question at all.
Don, I see you unmuted. Are you trying to jump in?
No, I'm not. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I could, but as far as what Howard has suggested, I tend to agree pretty strongly that having experienced situations where I've had the opportunity to read case records over extended periods of time and observe the intervention that constitutes CPS for certain families where the same problem crops up year after year after year with respect to the same child. Maybe the constellation of families changes a little bit over that time period, but the level of intervention that's available for the CPS agency to do anything about the situation is virtually non-existent. So, when I think about re-reporting, that's what I think about. I think about families for whom nothing really can be done because the system really isn't designed to do anything. And other situations where it's clearly not the parent's fault, but the system has no other way of responding than to put a child in care, a situation where a child is medically fragile and the parent is incapable, perhaps cognitively, of even being able to provide care. We don't have a system that can provide supports in the home for that particular family that can actually make that situation one where that child's condition can be addressed. So we put them in care. It's just very frustrating.
Yes, I would absolutely agree with that. Child protection, in my view, has become the nation's family support system because we don't have a family support system. And I think that's a terrible, terrible, terrible thing. I think we should have a family support system in the United States. And I think that CPS in many ways has been, for better, sometimes for worse, sometimes pushed into taking that role, and it doesn't make sense. We need to address families and their needs directly through some means other than the child welfare system. That doesn't mean we don't need a child welfare system to intervene in cases where child protection is genuinely needed.
I gotta say, from somebody who's like a cross system person, this is not just a child welfare problem in terms of having services available and moving beyond. I mean, working in the schools for all those years, when we saw kids, for example, that are labeled as emotionally disturbed, the way schools label them, and then we see statistics like only 50% of schools nationwide even having psychological or social work services. And then when we look in their case files, we see, most of them aren't connected to behavioral care in the community because the system in the community uses different metrics, or it's really hard to find a mental health provider that has time on their caseload in an area for a child. So I think when we think about these multiple issues, we have to think about family support broadly. We can think about family support narrowly as in avoiding a report of maltreatment, but we could also think about family support in terms of, what are where do we build out mental health? Where do we build out access to medical care? Where do we build out all those kinds of things so that we can respond when somebody does have a contact with a given system in an effective way?
So I just want to say, first of all, thank you, Melissa. This has been wonderful. It's becoming exciting in the Q&A chat here. I just want to say that I presented the data from the mothers that I interviewed. I shared their stories, and at no time did I mean to imply that all caseworkers are bad. I presented their stories in their words. So that's all I wanted to say, but this has been really rich.
So I think we're actually about out of time. So I want to make sure that we wrap up, but I do want to thank everyone for being here. And I'll just say, we'll definitely share all of the slides from the presenters who have agreed to share their slides and make that available to everyone. And, for me personally, I'll say, if you feel like you have any unresolved questions, you should feel free to email me or reach out with those questions. Jenny, are you ready to wrap up?
Yeah, I think I just want to thank everyone for devoting their time to this issue. It's just really important that we're able to engage in dialogue and discussion and listen to all the stories. And there's more work to be done, and let's keep the discussion going. Just thanks everyone for your time. All right, we'll put some proceedings together and you'll have access to the recordings if you want it. Just contact us at any time. And those of you who are getting CEUs within 2 weeks, you'll get your certificate, and you have Sherry McConnell's email in case you have any questions about that. All right, everyone, thank you so much.